Crown Prince mediates a 3-hour discussion on whether the imperial title should be German Emperor, favored by Bismarck, or Emperor of Germany, favored by Wilhelm. The Crown Prince recalls the conversation. Bismarck sought to prove that the expression Kaiser von Deutschland, Emperor of Germany, meant a territorial power which we did not possess over the Reich at all, whereas Deutscher Kaiser, German Emperor, on the other hand, was the natural consequence of the former Imperator Romanus. The king finally accepts German Emperor, but he's furious. On the topic of the new imperial flag, at least, all agree on keeping the black, white, and red of the North German Confederation. This decision is a deliberate rejection of the black, red, and gold of the Holy Roman Empire.
Hello, people.
And the failed revolution of 1848-49.
Took my little break there, 2-3 hours.
Prussia's position within the
I almost fell asleep.
The king throws a fit and storms out of the room.
But it was good to rest my eyes and just sit back and
He's attended to by a doctor. Bismarck is stunned by the
relax,
king's
you know.
tantrum and cannot understand why the king resists, in Bismarck's view, a perfectly logical position. The morning of the proclamation, Bismarck meets with Grand Duke Friedrich von Baden. As the highest-ranking prince of the ceremony, the Grand Duke will announce the proclamation. Bismarck is shocked to discover that the Grand Duke wants to proclaim Wilhelm Emperor of Germany. With great difficulty, Bismarck convinces the Grand Duke to say German Emperor. But the Chancellor can't be completely certain what the Grand Duke will actually proclaim when the historic moment comes. While the King, Chancellor, and Crown Prince argue in Versailles, painter Anton von Werner receives a royal telegram that sends him into a tizzy. In the Grand Duchy of Baden, German painter Anton von Werner is busily working on his painting Moltke vor Paris on January 18th. He's a breakthrough ice skating constructed by the arrival of a messenger for the Crown Prince with an urgent telegram. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wishes to inform you of the news. The word is January 18th. Von Werner immediately boards a train for France and completes the last leg of the journey to Versailles by stagecoach with a Bavarian Jäger perched on top to protect him from francs-tireurs. The artist has no idea what he's been called on to paint, but can barely contain his excitement when he arrives on January 17th. After a few hours sleep, the painter visits the Crown Prince at his villa early on January 18th. There, he receives a special pass allowing him to visit the, quote, festivities at the palace, but when he arrives there, he still doesn't know that the brush-worthy event is the Emperor's proclamation. He passes through the Peace Room, which is filled with officers. Then he enters the Hall of Mirrors and is amazed to see 600 to 800 people gathered there. He starts sketching the scene and barely notices the service that introduces the proclamation. Von Werner doesn't sugarcoat his disappointment with the presentation in his memoirs. And now, in the most pompless manner and with extraordinary brevity, the great historical event that signified the achievement of the war went ahead. Now the painter finally realizes that he is to paint the Emperor's proclamation. Years later, he recalls the scene. I turned my most rapt attention to the picturesque appearance of the Grand Duke. I noted down the most necessary things in haste, saw that King Wilhelm said something, and that Count Bismarck read out something longer in a wooden voice, but did not hear what it meant. I only awoke from my absorption when the Grand Duke of Baden called out in a loud voice, "Long live His Majesty, Emperor Wilhelm the Victorious. Seine Majestät Kaiser Wilhelm der Siegreiche, lebe hoch." Von Werner's distraction is understandable, but a clearer picture of the brief and sober proclamation is not quite as glorious as intended. The act active proclamation begins at noon and only takes an hour. The Hall of Mirrors had been used as a military hospital, but none of the attendees seems bothered by the bloodstains on the floors. First, the court preacher leads a short service, followed by an address by King Wilhelm. The king speaks from a carpeted wooden dais in front of the regimental flags of the Third Army, and flanked by the Crown Prince and the Grand Duke of Baden. Wilhelm doesn't know it, but several German nurses who work at the military hospital in Versailles are hiding behind the regimental flags just steps away. Bavarian Zara Hahn's account of events is breathless. He's coming closer. Who? The king, the emperor-to-be. Now he stands under his flags. Silent silence. For the first time in my life, I hear him speak, the celebrated one, the beloved of his people. Zum ersten Mal in meinem Leben höre ich ihn reden, den Gefeierten, den Geliebten seines Volkes. Bismarck then reads the declaration that von Werner barely hears, and the Grand Duke finally proclaims the emperor. The sources are contradictory about the exact wording, except that he probably refers to, quote, Emperor Wilhelm to get around the problem of the imperial title. All present then shout hurrah, and the emperor steps down from the dais, accepts somewhat disorganized congratulations, and completely ignores Bismarck. Von Werner, who has no clue of the rift between the two men, is irritated. It seemed to me an intended défilé court of the officers present failed, and I then saw the emperor descend the steps of the esplanade past Bismarck, whom he did not seem to notice. The Crown Prince, on the other hand, is moved. I let my eyes wander up to the ceiling, where Louis XIV's self-glorifying artworks depicted the division of Germany in huge allegories and boastful inscriptions. I asked myself more than once whether it was really true that we were in Versailles to witness the restoration of the German Empire. So dreamlike did the whole thing seem to me. So traumartig wollte mir das Ganze erscheinen. The newly minted emperor is less enthusiastic as he writes his wife Augusta later that day. I have just returned from the palace after having performed the act of emperor. I cannot tell you how morose I was during these last days, partly because of the lofty responsibility I now have to assume, partly and above all over the pain of seeing the Prussian title pushed aside. Even Bismarck is annoyed as he tells his wife Johanna. This birth of the emperor was a difficult one, and kings have their strange desires in such times, like women before they give away to the world what they cannot keep. As a midwife, I several times felt the urgent need to be as a bomb, and to burst so that the whole building would have gone to ruin. Necessary business attacks me little, but the unnecessary ones embitter me. As the ceremony ends, so does the hidden nurse's proximity to power. Zara Hahn and her colleagues rush to get out of the way unseen and return to the task of treating the wounded whose suffering has made the empire possible. News of the proclamation reaches frontline troops like Reserve Officer Ferdinand Fiebig of the Lower Rhine Fusilier Regiment No. 39 days later. Hurrahs were shouted, and certainly not only on command, but I cannot recall the jubilant enthusiasm that the regimental history reports. On the French side, no one is interested in Wilhelm's proclamation. That very day, writer Edmond de Goncourt notes in his diary that in Paris, weekly bread rations have been reduced to 400 grams per person. The French High Command is still trying to break the siege and save its honor, so it launches another Duke offensive at the Second Battle of Buzenval on January 19th. The French forces are able to briefly push some German units out of their trenches and take the local high ground, But as night falls, they cannot hold their gains and pull back. About 600 Germans and 4,000 Frenchmen are lost for the prestige
Frenchmen.
of France, including painter Henri Regnault.
How about just
and
French?
explorer
Just say
Gustave
French,
Flaubert.
not Frenchman.
This
Frenchman.
week, King Wilhelm I of Prussia is proclaimed Emperor of a united German Empire at Versailles. The new empire also narrowly avoids
We say American men,
constitutional crisis
American men.
when the Bavarian parliament gives its belated approval for the Reich
Frenchmen.
Constitution with
Just
a
another
bare
way to
two-vote majority. Germany has been unified by
mock
this
them,
war,
basically.
which will finally end next week. For after the failure at Buzenval, the French ask for an armistice. The French government of national defense is facing a catastrophic situation in late January 1871. Every attempt to break the siege of Paris has failed. The Germans step up the bombardment of the city starting January 21st. The shortages of food, fuel, and medicine in Paris have caused mortality rates to skyrocket. More than 19,000 Parisians die in January 1871, nearly 4 times the pre-siege rate of deaths. Although only 107 of these deaths are attributed directly to the bombardment. The political atmosphere is explosive, and the government fears that an uprising like the one that failed back in October 1870 might succeed if it breaks out again. In fact, there are already riots in the capital. All of these factors have broken the French will to resist. The government requests an armistice. Many Germans long for peace as well, and the population is tiring of the daily casualty lists in the papers. Writer Gustav Freytag sums up the mood. Restless and undaunted, the soldier marches on. But his bravery is no longer the fresh, warlike fire of August 1870, but the stern, firm grip of the worker who wants to bring things to an end. But when the German drives forward with endless lines of prisoners, when he marches through the charred ruins of a French village, he looks indifferently on success and destruction. Only rarely is singing heard on the march and in billets. Negotiations for a ceasefire take several days. French Foreign Minister Jules Favre's weak position is made clear by his own troops who break out in a spontaneous can-can when they see him on his way to the peace talks. The Germans stopped bombarding Paris on the 26th, and on January 28th, Favre and Bismarck agreed to a 3-week armistice that will take effect on the 31st. The Germans also start to deliver food to starving Parisians. German writer Friedrich Gerstacker witnesses the desperation firsthand. The people shouted to our soldiers, "Give us bread." Even the children stuck their heads through the barricade just to be a little closer to the Prussians, who'd been so feared until then, to get a piece of bread. Some of our soldiers, thank God only a few, took advantage of the poor people and sold the long but very light loaves of white bread for 2, 3, or even 4 francs. Those who had the money gave it, oh so willingly. But hundreds did not have it. Next to me stood an old soldier who slowly shook his head. To the devil with this war. Hol der Teufel den Krieg. But the Germans maintained the blockade of Paris after the ceasefire to ensure that the terms are met. The French must clear the city's forts and disarm combatants, leave over 12,000 National Guardsmen under arms to maintain order, pay 200 million francs in war dues, and surrender the garrison's 200,000 chassepots and 2,000 guns. Parisian regiments may keep their standards and officers their swords. For French writer Edmond de Goncourt, the armistice is a disgrace. Ah, une main française a-t-elle pu signer cela? C'est bien la fin des grandeurs de la France. Ah, could a French hand have signed that? This is the end of the greatness of France. For the workers and poor, on the other hand, the ceasefire is a relief for the time being. The Paris government is surprised that Bismarck's
Fucking bartender robbers.
The stable French government in office. The armistice even allows for French elections to take place
Yeah, the
in which
bartender
residents of
stole it from me.
German-occupied and soon to be annexed Alsace and Lorraine are allowed to vote. French voters send a majority of monarchist representatives to the Constituent Assembly in Bordeaux, while the radical left is poorly accepted in Paris. Conservative French voters in the provinces send a clear message to the new government. Sign a peace treaty and end radical political experimentation. The election is not necessarily against the Republic and in favor of restoring the monarchy, but it's a victory for the Peace Party and a defeat of bellicose politicians like Léon Gambetta. The new president is conservative Adolphe Thiers, who the Germans find more reliable than the outgoing government of national defense, perhaps because he had previously been involved in negotiations with Bismarck at Versailles a few months ago. A ceasefire has silenced the guns in most of France at the end of January, but it does not apply to the east. The French Armée de l'Est suffers a historic humiliation. The Army of the East has been
Man, I don't really see any chests.
Just
gonna run around until I see 'em.
But General Bourbaki's hesitation after battles at Villiers-Excel
There's one.
and on the Viseine put his army in a
Yeah,
hopeless
you guys
situation
just chasing
in
me,
the
huh?
non-armistice zone.
Alright, here we go.
Friedrich Engels suspects that this is all part of the German plan. In this unparalleled example, the conqueror, in true Prussian fashion, has extorted every concession which his momentary superiority allows him to. The armistice
I
applies to the
cannot
West,
move. Did my mouse
where
die?
Charles
Oh my god.
better not go
Wait, what
beyond
happened
the
here?
line. It
Whoa.
applies to the
Oh,
north,
no.
where Goeben is held up by
Ah.
fortifications, but
Oh
it does
no,
not
my mouse
apply to the
died.
southeast, where Mantua
Run
has a
away!
without
Super
the
runaway.
prospect of a second
What, my
civil
mouse died? No warning, nothing. Just
French troops
Just
are
straight up
free,
died. Oh
hungry,
no,
and
that might be
sick.
very bad.
Morale is low after their defeat. Since the Germans cut off their escape routes to the west, they're trapped in mountainous
Are we
terrain
leaving me
along
alone?
this
Tell me
border.
you're leaving me
On
alone.
January 26th, Bourbaki has lost all hope and attempts suicide,
Oh,
but the bullet grazes his skull.
I think I'm
and he
okay.
survives.
I think I'm okay.
General Justin Quichon assumes command of the Army of the East in dire
Fucking mouse died,
circumstances.
god damn it.
They
fuck
hear
is
of the Paris
that?
armistice, but don't know that they're
Motherfucker.
excluded from it. So men and officers are confused when the Prussians continue to close in. After the
Damn
final
Prussians.
firefight cost 500 more French lives, on February 1st,
Okay,
1871,
so
the 87,000 men of the Army of the East escape into neutral Switzerland.
gotta
Danish volunteer Wilhelm Dinesen
charge
notes the exasperation
this.
of a fellow French officer. This is not war, this is a masquerade. I'm going to Switzerland now. The Swiss disarm, intern, feed, and care for the exhausted French soldiers. Many of them are suffering from smallpox, which helps to set off an international outbreak that will kill hundreds of thousands.
Yay.
The flight of the Armée de l'Est is one of the most humiliating moments in French military history. It's commemorated today
Okay,
by the
so
1881 Bourbaki Panorama Museum.
this works,
and
but
marks
it
an
is not
important
ideal.
milestone in the development of the Swiss
This will
humanitarian
work, but
tradition.
it's not ideal.
The end of the Army of the East
It's
is
fucking
also
annoying.
the
I
end
don't know.
of
Maybe,
combat in the Franco-Prussian
I think I
War.
did have
February, delegates extended
spare
the armistice
battery.
begin negotiations for a preliminary peace.
this mofo.
Germans finally enter.
Didn't I? I guess not. Maybe I threw that away without really knowing. I don't know. I don't think I have any more batteries in
After
this
more
house.
talks on February 26th, Bismarck and Favre signed the preliminary peace. Germany annexes Alsace and part of Lorraine. France must pay war reparations of 5 billion francs, an enormous sum. German troops will be permitted to march into Paris and stay in France until the reparations are paid, which will turn out to be 1873. Most of the highly symbolic battlefields of 1870 are now in Germany, except for Mars-la-Tour and Belfort.
I really don't
Another
know.
symbolic act is the German occupation of
I don't
Paris
think I've
on
got
March
this.
1st. 30,000 troops march into the city,
damn it.
and the new Kaiser holds a victory parade. But they only stay for 2 days,
Well.
since the National Assembly in Bordeaux immediately ratifies the preliminary peace. Even so, proud Parisians like Edmond de Goncourt feel humiliated having enemy troops quartered in their homes. My door opening and giving way to these Germans, this prospect makes me suffer. It causes me physical pain. German soldier Karl
don't
Zeiss
kill me
sees the brief
before,
occupation
please.
of Paris and the victory parade much different.
Well,
And now the thunder of the cannons also resounded. The battalions stood as if cast from iron.
you fucking.
The Emperor sprinted along the fronts, greeting them. In bright joy, in manly pride, the eyes of the soldiers shone towards him. Everyone was filled with a feeling of great pride at being able to carry our victorious arms into
I mean, I
the
can do
heart
this for
of
now
the
while
enemy's
this shit
country.
charges. It sort of
Glory
sucks,
and
though.
defeat are a dangerous mix.
Alright.
German painter Ludwig Peach is horrified to see the Paris crowds take revenge on French women thought to have talked or flirted with the Germans. They tear off the clothes of those unfortunates after they've beaten them bloody, or tie them together above their heads, brush and whip their naked bodies to the immense amusement of the heroes of freedom in the crowd. British journalist William Howard Russell is mistaken for a German and saved from an angry mob by the timely intervention of a French officer. The Treaty of Frankfurt formally ends the Franco-Prussian War on May 10th by confirming the terms of the preliminary peace signed in February. 45,000 Germans and 140,000 Frenchmen are dead. The United German Empire is now the strongest power on the continent. A power born of blood and iron rather than liberal democratic patriotism. Bismarck hopes to preserve these victories through diplomacy, but there's no guarantee that future German leaders will not also turn to blood and iron. France is a republic born of defeat, humiliation, and bitterness. In the decades to come, the peoples of Asia and Africa will pay the price for the restoration of French prestige through empire. But nationalists will also keep the open wound of revanchisme alive for a future reckoning with Germany. Although there will be peace among the powers until the fateful summer of 1914, in spring 1871, there is to be no peace within France. Even before the Frankfurt Treaty is signed, revolutionary zeal and workers' misery explodes in the Commune, Europe's first great socialist experiment that ends in a bloodbath of civil war.
So if it doesn't work, relax and just go back to the capitalist.
France and Germany finally end the Franco-Prussian War with the preliminary peace.
Sometimes
in February
community works.
1871. Most French citizens
know it
are
does.
relieved that the war is over, despite the controversial peace terms. But a radical minority in Paris is irreconcilable, even though the war has weakened their position. Leftist groups and revolutionary workers are
He's well read.
steel weapons when the Germans invaded on March 3rd and 4th. On March 10th, 1871, the freshly elected government of Adolphe Thiers bans some leftist newspapers in Paris, lifts rent controls, and moves from Bordeaux to Versailles. The government buildings in Versailles and its palace are symbols of the monarchy that the Paris radicals detest, and the situation explodes. On March 18th, regular troops of the Versailles government try to take control of the artillery stationed on Montmartre from the National Guard. The National Guardsmen and local residents riot, and some of the troops join the rebels. The revolutionaries seize the commanding officers and execute them. A worried Thiers orders the evacuation of the city, which earns him the criticism of writer and moderate Republican Victor Hugo. Thiers wanted to take back the Belleville cannons, but was tentative when he should have been bold. He's put a spark to the powder keg. He wanted to end the political struggle, but instead he started a class war. En voulant éteindre la lutte politique, il a allumé la guerre sociale. Paris soon falls under control of the Commune, but it's not the only city to revolt in spring 1871. When the news of Paris spreads, communes rise up in Marseille, Lyon, Saint-Étienne, Le Creusot, Limoges, Narbonne, Toulouse, and Alger. But these are short-lived and don't really coordinate with Paris other than statements of support. Rural France mostly supports the government. Ideologically speaking, the Paris Commune members range from left liberal bourgeois to utopian socialism based more on the theories of socialist anarchist Pierre-Joseph Proudhon than those of Karl Marx. But there are many different and sometimes contradictory ideas amongst the communards. Its leaders include Gustave Fleurance, Louis-Auguste Blanqui, Charles and Louise Michel. Many workers support the Commune because they're tired of poverty, suffering and hunger, and resent the dominance of the bourgeoisie who brought on the war with Russia. The Commune tries to legitimize itself with elections, but these are marked by confusion and uncertainty, and only half of eligible voters participate. Still, the revolutionaries sit in the city hall and refuse to recognize the Versailles government. The two powers each view themselves as the future and the other as a remnant of the past. The communards think that they will bring freedom and justice and end misery, while the Versaillais are the Ancien Régime based on ignorant religion and malicious hierarchy. The Versaillais see themselves as rational and moderate, and the communards as a return to barbarous, violent populism. Victor Hugo is critical of both. Bref, cette commune est aussi idiote que l'Assemblée est féroce. In short, this commune is as idiotic as the National Assembly is ferocious. Both sides are crazy, but France, Paris, and the Republic will survive. The Commune sets out its program on April 19th in its declaration to the French people. Those who betrayed France and delivered Paris to the foreigner must bear the responsibility for the grief, suffering, and misfortunes of which we are victims. Paris is again suffering for all of France and is fighting and sacrificing for intellectual, moral, administrative, and economic regeneration, glory, and prosperity. The declaration goes on to list the Commune's goals, including the preservation of the Republic, the guarantee of individual rights and liberties, the guarantee of local autonomy for French communities to control budgets, taxes, policing, the courts, elections, local defense, and the National Guard. But not all Parisians share these views. Most conservative and property-owning Parisians are against what they consider a violent political experiment. Wealthy actress Sarah Bernard falsely believes that the Germans are supporting the uprising, but also sees it as a catalyst. These calls to revolt, these anarchist cries, these howls of crowds shouting, "Down with the thrones, down with the republics, down with the rich, down with the Jews, down with the army, down with everything." These cries woke up the numb. It was terrible, but it was the awakening. It was life after death. Edmond de Goncourt is also fiercely opposed, as he complains to his diary on March 19th. The Republic is decidedly a beautiful shimmer of great thinking, generous, disinterested brains. It is not practicable with the petty passions of the French Rapid. Equality, fraternity mean only the enslavement or death of the upper classes. Parisians like Bernard and de Goncourt live in fear during the Commune and fully support the Versailles government. De Goncourt is especially critical of the National Guards who joined the rebels. To him, they were cowards in facing repercussions, but have now suddenly recovered their courage. Even today, some see the Commune as an early socialist experiment of a civic republic. The Commune quickly sinks into a catastrophic mixture of extremism, egotistical and overwhelmed leadership, lack of an economic plan, poor administration, and arbitrary terror against the rich and the church. On May 16th, for example, famous painter Gustave Courbet oversees the destruction of Napoleon I's Colonne Vendôme as a symbol of tyranny. But meanwhile, communard efforts to organize a systematic defense of Paris go nowhere. The leader of the war committee has no military experience, and members argue bitterly about nearly every topic. Member Ernest Lefebvre is elected to the commune, but leaves soon after. Ici est le démissionnaire aujourd'hui, fusillé demain. Resign today, shot tomorrow. That is the dilemma. This commune is crazy. Deliberations are in secret, and discussions take place wherever death. On the other hand, some of the communal policies can be seen as sensible and progressive. They pass laws against corrupt profiteering, to separate church and state, and promote equality of men and women. Radical teacher Louise Michel is one of the most prominent leaders of the commune, on an equal footing with her male counterparts. There are also efforts to improve working and living conditions for workers and for the poor. Militarily, the commune relies on the National Guard battalions that have stayed in Paris according to the agreement with the Germans, along with untrained civilian volunteers. For 2 months, these forces fight against government troops at the gate of the city and the surrounding forts. The Versailles Army's artillery even shells Paris. Meanwhile, German troops are still stationed around the city to enforce the peace terms, and they stand idly by. In fact, the Versailles government even praised the Germans for crossing the perimeter. For Versailles, the commune's rejection of the social order is a greater threat than the German army. The Thiers administration at Versailles and the revolutionary commune at Paris City Hall are in a state of virtual civil war, which comes to a head in one bloody day. On May 21st, the French government army, under the command of the same Marshal Mahon who'd been defeated in Sedan, breaks into the city. There's fighting at hundreds of barricades, but the rebels are completely outmatched. The city burns, ostensibly set alight by communards, pétroleurs, by the government and the international press. The Versailles troops massacre up to 35,000 disarmed communards, including women, in what is known as the Semaine Sanglante, the Bloody Week. General de Galifet proved to be a particularly executioner and earns the nickname Le Fusillade de la Commune, the executioner of the commune. The Comte d'Hérisson is happy to fight against the Red Commune, and he participates in the executions. It was useless to ask this bandit for further explanations. I had him taken away, and justice was done in the pit of the barricade, where all the rebel soldiers who'd been surprised by the sudden arrival of the troops had already been shot. The German soldier Franz Plitt is among the German troops on the old siege ring who are witness to the chaos as communards flee the carnage. Dusk was already breaking when suddenly a mob of at least 500 armed insurgents, among them many horrible, depraved figures, crying children, came towards us. The people wanted to surrender to us. If we were not authorized to be prisoners, they had to stand opposite us all night in the pouring rain. We were not allowed to put down our loaded rifles for the whole night. Some of the crowd aroused our deepest sympathy, without us being able to help them in the least. The next day, French government troops take the communards opposite Plitt and execute them, including teenagers suspected of having taken part in the fighting. By May 28th,
Cool.
the war is over. The trauma of the 70-day revolt will affect those who experience it for decades to come. The government imprisons 40,000 more rebels and deports many of them to overseas colonies like New Caledonia.
Not bad, not bad.
The graveyard peace reigns among the smoking ruins of France's once proud capital. Later, Edmond de Goncourt was relieved upon the war. The destruction of the still burning city depresses him. You walk in the smoke, you breathe an air that smells of burning and apartment varnish. And on all sides you hear the sound of the drum. In some places there are still traces of horrible remains of the battle. Here's a dead horse. There, near the cobblestone of a half-demolished barricade, Képi in a pool of blood. Et Képi dans une mare de sang. Goncourt realizes that the brutality of government troops under MacMahon, the loser of Worth and Sedan, is an attempt to redeem themselves of their own failure in war with the blood of the Communards. Even so, Goncourt cannot bring himself to explicitly condemn the mass executions. Danish adventurer Wilhelm Dinesen escapes his internment with Boulbaki's army in Switzerland and is also in Paris during the destruction of the Commune. He sympathizes with the plight of the popular classes, but doesn't support either side. Dinesen has seen and done cruel things in war in 1864 and 1870, and is changed by the butchery that he sees in Paris. The Civil War shakes him more deeply than he expected, and he writes an account in 1873 as a way of dealing with trauma. The Franco-Prussian War began in 1870 as a cabinet war between kings, became a people's war between the nations, and ended in a French civil war between ideologies and classes. René Descartes later sums up the tragedy in his novel La Débâcle. It was the end of everything, an act of destiny, a mass of disasters such as no nation had ever suffered before. Continuing wars, lost provinces, billions to be paid, the most appalling of civil wars drowned in blood. Rubble and death in full quarters, no more money, no more honor, a whole world to be rebuilt. Le monde à reconstruire.
God, I love the combat. It's so silky smooth. Silky smoothie pony. So fun.
The suffering of the people of Paris cost thousands of lives and destroyed parts of one of the world's. Some see it as another example of the murderous alliance of the bourgeoisie and military aristocrats against the common people and freedom. Others as an early example of the totalitarian and violent nature of Soviet utopia. Ideological symbolism aside, the French military tries to re-establish its honor by massacring the Communards. Naive and ideologically blinded leaders help carry on their own defeat. Parisians in 1871 are indeed faced with rebuilding their whole world. In 1912 and 1913, the Balkans were torn apart by not one, but two wars that radically changed the map, nearly dragged Europe into a general war, caused untold civilian suffering, and helped set the stage for the First World War. The armies of the Balkan League marched together against the ailing Ottoman Empire, only for alliances to change, and all turned against one. It's the Balkan Wars. For centuries, the Ottoman Empire controlled the multi-ethnic and multi-religious Balkan Peninsula, but the 19th century brought dramatic change. As the empire grew weaker and nationalism among the Balkan peoples grew stronger, new states emerged. Montenegro, Greece, Serbia, Romania, and Bulgaria gained first informal and later formal independence. This did not happen without bloodshed, including uprisings, Ottoman repression, independence wars, and great power intervention to protect their own interests. The decisive Russian victory in the Russo-Turkish War of 1877-78 ensured the independence of the Balkan states, but also provoked the suspicions of the other powers by creating a large and Russia-friendly Bulgaria. A concerned Austria-Hungary occupied Ottoman Bosnia and Herzegovina and the Sanjak of Novi Pazar in 1878, completely worried that Russia might get too close to the Turkish Straits. So the powers met in Berlin to modify the borders of the preliminary Peace of San Stefano to limit Russian influence. They returned most of Macedonia to the Ottomans, which angered Bulgarian leaders like Ivan Deschamps. When we read the agreement in which a short-sighted diplomacy in Berlin partitioned our homeland, we were left crushed and thunderstruck. Was such an injustice possible? Could such an injustice be reversed? The Peace of 1878 did not stabilize the region, as no state was satisfied with the resulting borders. Serbia and Bulgaria even fought a brief war in 1895, as did Greece and the Ottomans in 1897. By the start of the 20th century, local and great power tensions in the Balkans were running high. The new states hoped to expand their territories and expand to the Ottomans and each other, and the great powers were still nervous about the balance of power in the region. Austria-Hungary worried that Serbia was in danger, since some in Serbia also wanted closer ties with their fellow Serbs and other Slavs in the dual monarchy, and Serbia had close relations with Russia. Russia was glad to
I love the way that looks. It's so cool. It's like a purple screen.
Access to the Turkish Strait, but worried that someone else might get their hands on Constantinople if the Ottomans collapsed completely. The Ottoman Empire was in a state of crisis externally and internally. Its defeats had cost it much of its European lands and brought violent instability at home. 1908, though, would be a decisive year. The Young Turk Revolution in July brought a fresh constitution and a desire to modernize the empire and army, create a stronger Ottoman identity, and preserve Ottoman territories, in particular Macedonia. But in October, Austria-Hungary shook the Balkans and Europe by annexing Bosnia after 30 years of occupation and withdrawing from Novi Pazar. Russia was outraged, and Bulgaria used the opportunity to sever all formal ties to the Ottomans. The result was more international tension and more chaos in Constantinople. Conservative forces tried to overthrow the new Ottoman constitution in 1909, which led to a counter-coup, yet another constitution, and Mehmet V. The next year, even formal control of Crete was lost, and Albanians revolted in favor of more autonomy with Montenegrin support. The Balkan states also had their share of problems, with Serbia and Greece suffering coups of their own, and all nations having difficulty exerting political control over their influential and nationalistic military leadership. While the Balkans and the Ottoman Empire were in turmoil, in 1911, Italy decided the time was right to expand its empire. Traditionally, Britain, France, and more recently Germany had supported the Ottoman Empire to prevent a total collapse. But now, they allowed Italy to attack and occupy Ottoman Libya and the Dodecanese Islands. The Italo-Turkish War of 1911-12 ended with defeat for the Ottomans, who tried to limit their losses at the negotiating table. But the Balkan states had been watching closely, planning to take advantage of Ottoman troubles with Russian encouragement. The Serbian and Bulgarian governments began alliance talks in fall 1911, just after the Italo-Turkish War began, and in March 1912, they agreed on a defensive alliance, which changed to an offensive alliance in May. Soon after, Montenegro and Greece joined with separate agreements, and the Balkan League was born. The League resolved to make war on the Ottoman Empire to gain what they felt were lands that belonged to their peoples. But they had conflicting claims they all said dated back to medieval times. Serbia, Bulgaria, and Greece wanted Macedonia, while Bulgaria and Greece both wanted Thrace. Montenegro and Serbia wanted the Sanjak of Novi Pazar, the area around the port of Scutari on the Adriatic, and Kosovo. The Albanians hoped for autonomy, which would also include Scutari and Kosovo. In most of these regions, the mix of nationalities and religions did not align with political plans. Turks, Albanians, Bulgarians, Serbs, Montenegrins, Greeks, Jews, and other groups all lived in communities that overlapped over the centuries. The League wanted to take territory from the Ottomans, but made few formal agreements on how it would be divided. Serbia and Bulgaria agreed on how to divide part of Macedonia, but part was considered a disputed zone that could be assigned after the war with Russian arbitration. So the Balkan League determined to make war on the Ottomans without a clear post-war plan to divide the spoils. But first, they would have to defeat the Ottoman army, just as the Italians had done. The First Balkan War began on October 8, 1912, when Montenegro attacked the Ottomans ahead of schedule to get the jump on rival Serbia. The rest of the Balkan League members quickly gave the Ottomans a pro forma ultimatum. The hard-pressed Ottoman Grand Vizier Abdülhamid wanted to save the peace and even demobilized part of the Ottoman Third Army in Thrace, but the influential Young Turk Party, called the Committee for Union and Progress, wanted to fight. The empire was again at the brink of civil war, but declared war on the Balkan League on October 16th. Most European observers expected that the Ottomans would win. The empire's population of 24 million was more than twice the League's combined 10 million, and on paper, the Ottomans could field 600,000 men. The regular troops also had gained experience fighting the Italians and rebels in Albania and Macedonia. But the Ottomans also faced problems. Many of their best officers, like Mustafa Kemal and Enver Bey, were stuck in Libya, and the reserve troops were badly trained and equipped with a mishmash of weaponry. The Ottoman navy was weak, and the army only had 315,000 men in Europe. The Balkan League could count on 820.
Hey, what's up, Dave? How you doing?
350,000 Bulgarians.
Hope you're having a good evening.
200,000 Greeks and 45,000 Montenegrins. Most of the soldiers were peasant conscripts, equipped with a variety of European weapons, including French and German artillery and a few observation aircraft. The Greek navy, with 16 destroyers and an armored cruiser, ensured control of the Aegean Sea. When the great powers issued a statement on October 10th saying that they wanted to keep their territory status quo and came to war, what they really meant was they would not allow the Ottomans to expand if they won. All over the Balkans, families saw their young men.
Yeah, I'm trying to stop smoking too. I've narrowed it down from I've been stopping vaping. I've been out of vape juice for like 10 days or something like that. I've just been vaping, like, you know, what little trying to stay away from tobacco, you know. It's legal to vape hash here, so I vape hash now. I'm trying not to do tobacco anymore. It's been so bad for my throat, you know. Vaping is just as addictive in my opinion, so watch it. I like vaping more than I do cigarettes. Like, I like cigarettes, but I think vaping's much better, you know. Yeah, watch the vaping, man. It's more addictive, I think, in my opinion. It's cheaper. It's like higher quality. It's less messy. You don't have to go. You don't always have to go outside. It's, you know, it's got its own set of, like, you know. I would say all the devices suck, kind of on purpose. I think they do that on purpose. All the devices kind of suck, but they work, you know. I smoked cigarettes for like 24 years or something like that. Long time. Ever since I was like 13 years old, I've smoked a pack of cigarettes almost every day of my life. For a long fucking time, it was like that. 17 years or something. Before I took my first break, I was like a pack a day for 17 years or something like that. I was like that. Oh, I know, right? Yeah, me too, yeah. I love the great story. All it is a cheap little weapon enchant for Void. Isn't the Void enchant cool? It looks so cool with the purple swing and stuff. It's cheap. I got this for like 30 gold. Because there's no gems for sale on Ennead yet. I mean, there is, but not really. Nothing higher than tier 3, which is not good. I love this fucking sword, dude. It's so pony. I've been talking about it on my stream. I fucking love this sword, dude. It's stupid boulder. I'm out here trying to get to 50 before my night ends, you know. Got about 1.5 levels to go. I've been doing about 10 levels a day. It's been about 4 days, something like that. Doing pretty good. 10 levels a day is pretty good. It slows down, you know. But you know, I try to stay with it, keep up with where the quests are supposed to be. I've been neglecting the MSQ, which is the main story quest, but I'm gonna get back to it. I think you know, I should probably do that now, because like I've just been wandering around my favorite zone here, and while these things are my level, they're starting to be a little bit like lower now. Now I'm about 3 levels higher than what these things tend to be, and so I think I'm in the wrong zone now. It's kind of annoying. I gotta go traveling. Been thinking about how cool Eden Grove would be. Eden Grove will be fun. I like Eden Grove. It's not a bad place. It's full of dryads. Those things are tanky and annoying as hell. Especially the mages. The dryad mages are a fucking pain in the ass. And they always tend to be like grouped up in like a group of 5 for some fucking reason. They'll run around and aggro each other, and you're like, oh no, I have like 4 mages on me, and they're all hitting for like half a bar every time they land a spell. So it's like, fuck, man, like those dryad mages, they'll wipe the floor. So I kind of want to go in there and see how good a greatsword does. The greatsword is a mage masher; it just tears through them, no problem. Just shuck, they're dead. You know. I've killed some cheeky motherfuckers this week. But I've also got my ass stomped repeatedly by larger population, like roams, like people with more people with more bodies, people like, I've been dying to like 2s and 3s, it's a fucking annoying, duos and trios just stomp me in. But I've had my flag off, like on, I'm sitting 48, about to be, oh shit, I'm going the wrong way, oops. About to be hitting that 60. I've been trying to see Brimstone Sands. And, I haven't seen this game from the melee perspective. Well, I mean, I guess I have, but, the last major push I did with, Blunderbuss. And then Rapier. And this greatsword is, like, my favorite weapon. It's so easy to use. And it's balanced well, and it's got the survivability and the heals and stuff, unlike a lot of the other weapons, you know. It's, play the game. The best way is the main story quest, but you'll notice that it's a lot of travel. It'll have you go, like right now, my main story quest is like way up here. Like, I think that's it. Yeah, that's going to be the next step in the main story quest. And so, like, you know, so now, and I'll go do this in a minute, and you'll see the gist of what I mean. They have you travel more than they do fight to places you haven't been yet. And so the MSQ tends not to ask very much of you. It just takes you to places you haven't been. Which is kind of cool, and it pays out fucking clean, and it tends to take you to monuments that are full of books, and books get like, right now, they, like, since they patched the leveling experience, and it's, like, way easier right now, picking up books right now is like an entire bar of XP. So sometimes some of those monuments will have like 8 or 10 books in them. You get to do the math. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's like half a level from just visiting one monument that the main story quest took you to. So I would say hunting for books in the monuments that the MSQ takes you to, the main story quest, is enough to get all the way through the game, probably the fastest, I would say. Because it just keeps it, the minute it gets high, there's like 5 other fucking quests to do in that area that are like 3 levels lower. They're all like side quests for that zone. And so you go do those, and all of a sudden, after like 5 of those, you're up another level or 2, and already the MSQ is feeling like it's too low again. And so you constantly, the fastest way to, in my experience, leveling now is to do what you find fun, because like whatever least bothers you, if it's combat, whatever you find the most fun is what you should do, because there's an experience based around that. So if crafting is what you're trying to do, I would say you could go to 1 through 60 with no combat really, except for the mobs that would aggro you on the way. You know, that's it. You wouldn't. You could definitely do 1 to 60 with just professions. So like what the vets are saying now is there's no surefire meta right now for running all the way through. That, I mean, that's what Damone Kim and all these other guys are saying in the New World scene. Is there's no real fast way to do it right now. You just have to like play the game, and the main story quest is how you tend to do that. Because it's always taking you to some, like, the idea is like, Dave, the meta here, if you notice, is if you look at something on the map, there will be some level bracket, like 1 to 25. This one, Windsward, is like 1. It's hard to read it sometimes, like to get it like where I can read it. But yeah, like these zones have level caps and stuff, and that's it. So you always want to be like wherever you want to be in a zone. You want to be 2 levels under the zone that you're at. So and the MSQ does this perfectly. The main story quest brings you through. So when you're like 28 or so, you want to be in Weaver's Fen until you're 33, and when you're, I don't know, like 35 or something like that, like Weaver's Fen, and then you go take a look at Brightwood, which is like up to 30. So you do Brightwood to like 38, and then Weaver's Fen to like 43, something like that, and then 43 you go to Restless Shores. It's like 41 out of 46, and then when you're like 45 or 40, well, more like 43, something like that, you come to where I'm at, Morningdale, and you do like you do your 3 to 5 levels there. That's where I currently am in Morningdale. And then at about 50, like I would say like 49 or so, you go to Eden Grove, right? You spend about 4 levels here at 54. And the MSQ will take you through all of this. Now, the difference is the main story quest will end. It doesn't end, but it'll go places that you don't want to go. Like, way the fuck over here. I got to go deal with this, and I don't want to go do this, so you'll neglect it. And you'll notice that the main story quest doesn't have a level on it because it always levels with you. So that's another important thing to notice. Notice the main story quest, like all these other quests in the game, like this one here, it's got a level cap on it of level 28. But notice that the main story quest does not, because it always pays. The MSQ always pays no matter what level you're at, and no matter what you're doing in it, because the mobs in it scale to whatever level you're at, no matter where you are in the world for that. And it's really good. So like the main story quest is how you get to 60 fastest, I would say. But the problem is it's kind of a solo experience. There's not a lot. The only time I took kind of like for myself really was when I wanted to level my craft skills. I would stop and chop trees, and subsequently my leatherworking and is like 100, and my mining is like 90, and my my skinning is 100, and mining is like 90, and what else? The other thing, my logging is at like 92 or something like that. And so that took some time. And that you can do anywhere. It doesn't matter where you do it in the world. And that's another really fast way. You'd be surprised. You sit down and you chop like 50 trees, which seems like a lot, but when you go through and you just keep tapping E and knocking down trees and stuff, you look up and your inventory is like a quarter of the way full, and your bar has gone from like right here all the way the fuck over to like here. Because the logging XP is actually really good. So, like, anytime that you feel like you're fucking bored with the MSQ or whatever it is they're telling you to go do all the time, you could just pretty much wander off and go do anything at all. And I would say, and that's the meta, Dave. It's like a wander. Not all who wander are lost, like, meta right now, where, like, you can wander and go do anything at all. Like, for instance, like, picking this Bulrush Cob, I don't get any XP from doing that. But if I take the Bulrush Cob, and the Bulrush Cob is always by fresh water. If I take the Bulrush Cob and the fresh water, I don't get any XP from doing this. But if I take it along with some hyssop that I find or buy from the auction house, suddenly I have strong regen potions that sell for between 7 and 15 gold a piece. And and making them chunks you like 4 bars of your XP or something like that. Crafting pays out. Yeah, you could just do that all day. I would say some of them are too slow. Like fishing, I wouldn't say you would want to level up fishing. Fishing just pays good XP, which you would never want to level off of it. Fishing is mainly an export for alchemy and cooking. And alchemy and cooking are such a pain in the fucking ass in this game that, like, any advantage you can get on it, such as fish oil, stuff like that from fishing, that makes alchemy easier. Like, oil is a problem for alchemy. It's like you have to have some kind of alchemical catalyst, like oil or fishing oil or cooking oil or that kind of thing. You gotta have some kind of catalyst or base for a potion. And that stuff does not grow on trees. That's like you gotta go out to a fucking swamp and tap for actual crude oil and then refine it. or you have to like, you know, you have to go loot cooking caches and stuff like that. And so like, you know, it gets hard in the respect that like sitting there and just doing crafting for XP is not a viable thing, because the materials are, there's always some catalyst ingredient to every single fucking like profession skill in the game. Like every single recipe in the fucking game has some terrible catalyst ingredient that you can't technically go farm very easily. You have to basically buy them like in bulk from the auction house, from all the other people who are just posting that stuff to make a profit. And I missed what she said. I'm so sorry. Let me pull my chat here. So how do I make so how do I make potions? In each town there's a what is it called? Arcane repository. And so, for instance, like if I wanted to make healing potions, I would take Bulrush Cob. You're gonna get an idea. It's kind of like RuneScape. You pull like if you want healing potions, it's river. It's river work. I did a lot of river work on my first two characters, where I would just run down the sides of rivers, pulling Bulrush Cob and water, because that's 2/3 of what is needed to produce. If we come through here to trade skills to Arcana, excuse me for just a second, gotta find it. Arcana, right? If we wanted to, you gotta make weak alkalists, right? Which in that the pain in the ass catalyst for weak alkalists is what's called hyssop, which is HYSSOP. And hyssop is all over the fucking world, but it's impossible to go gather like what you need to actually get ahead in the crafting of it. By much. So you need like 700 hyssop to do any kind of arcane power, like actually leveling of the potion making craft, you know, like of the level of alchemy. Leveling alchemy is not cheap, because you gotta like corner the market on hyssop, which is some kind of base catalyst for all potions, well, all healing potions anyways. The Bulrush Cob is one of the 3 ingredients, right? It's water, Bulrush Cob, water, Bulrush, like the crafting system's like really deep like this, but there's always some catalyst ingredient that's fucking impossible to get, like hyssop, or even worse would be like life motes. You can get a lot of life motes. Like I pull in a lot of motes, right? You see all these like specialty crafting harvesting area things that have like little logs with like little like caterpillars and like butterflies and stuff on them. Those drop the arcana materials like for potions and stuff, and so motes come in pretty steady. But to do any actual work, you have to throw down like 300 motes. So, and that's not cheap. Sometimes they'll charge like 5 gold a mote. So you're like, Jesus Christ, to buy the 500 motes that I need, I'd have to shell out 25 or whatever that is, 5 times 5. Yeah, I'd have to shell out 250 gold for the amount of the amount of fire motes I would need for this potion or whatever. So there's always some alchemical ingredient that you're always building, such as hyssop or life motes or whatever potions that you want. Like I'm a healing potion specialist in the respect that I went to memorize the materials that it takes to create all that, and it's found as common as the day is long. By fresh water is 1/3 of it, right here's 1/3 of what it takes to make healing potions in this game. Bulrush is the next one, and then life motes for higher level ones, like stronger, higher level ones, level 40 and stuff, level 20 and stuff, strong regens and higher quality ones, like these powerful ones, level 40 ones. They take even more, so that takes even more hyssop and even more of something more valuable like life motes. And the higher you go, the higher tier potion you go, the more the elitist the ingredient is, and how much more of a pain in the ass it is. And this game definitely does rival Final Fantasy 11 in that depth. I would say 11 has that same sort of depth. To go get platinum ingots, it's a pain in the fucking ass. To go get gold ingots, It's a pain in the ass. You have to spend 5 hours doing it on orc masks, disenchanting them, or to go get mithril ore or mithril ingots. It's a pain in the fucking ass. You can either go kill for that, or you can mine for that. But either way, you're going to spend, 2 to 3 to 5 to 7 hours or something like that, trying to get enough to even get one level of skill up. And this game's no different. It actually does have Final Fantasy's, you don't fail any synths, which is really wonderful in its own way. But getting up to a level 100 alchemy, I had to burn through... I put buy orders up for 7,000 hyssop just to get to level 90. And it caps at 200. So I'm not even halfway here. And I can't even make level 40 potions yet. I don't have the levels yet. So I gotta keep churning out strong regen potions for the market, which is making me money. If you notice, I have quite a bit of money, like 8,000 gold. It's making me a lot of money, but it's not a lot of money, but it's definitely good money towards legendaries and stuff, because when you hit 60, you've got to buy a set of legendaries, and they're not cheap. It's I would say 28,000 gold or something like that. It's like 28,000 gold for a full set of level 600 legendaries, across the board, all 5 pieces of the armor, all 3 pieces of the... It's 8 pieces at roughly between 3 and 6,000 each, right? So do the math on that. And I'm not kidding, between 3 and 6,000. You can see it on the market right now. Some of the level 60s are already posting them. To get a full set of fucking legendaries, it's 28,000 fucking gold. So you get it's kind of this interesting choice. Everybody buys a house, but you probably shouldn't technically do that. You should probably buy the full set of legendaries when you hit 60 and start working on the systems up there to upgrade the eye level on your gear, or permanently on the legendaries that you already bought. You just keep leveling eye level on it until you're at 630 or something like that. Then you one-shot pretty much everything in the game except the world boss. The game's beautiful like that. It comes up dark after you pull a relic or something like that. When you get the full eye level, you really feel the fucking effect of it. I went to 6 whatever. No, I'm sorry. I went to 565, I think, on my last character. Out of, I think the full possible right now is 640 or 680 with Brimstone Sands. If you get up to 680 on all of your gears, eye level and shit, you pretty much one shot everything in the game. It's fucking crazy. The game scales really well, like a Final Fantasy or a Dungeons and Dragons. It's got that depth. I keep crunching on it, looking at other stuff about it that does appease me. For instance, I would say you can spend just as much time or more on these systems as you can crafting in Final Fantasy XI, in the respect that unless you do it right now while the servers are busy and there's stuff to buy on the auction house, if you can't buy this stuff on the auction house, you're looking at thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of a grind. To get just the hyssop to do Arcana on purely just potions. I could do other stuff with Arcana too. I mean, if I were to do diversify across all these potions, I could probably level it fairly quickly with all the wisps and all this stuff. But I mean, this is thousands and thousands and thousands of gold worth of hyssop and time that you just can't technically buy. I've been buying out the market on NEAV for hyssop for the last 3 or 4 days, and I could easily do that with the money I have, because the market's so small and there's so little available. Nobody's selling; they're just using it all. They're literally there's some kind of kingdom. There's a king's ransom in money to be made here. I'm just not sure how to do it without burning 20 grand first. Once you burn the 20 grand, just like Final Fantasy 11. If you burn your goldsmithing up to 72, you do start to see that profit synth big time. It pays out fucking clean. Bags are like that. Bags pay out clean, for claw crafting and stuff. The hemp, the claw, yeah, the claw, the workshopping with the hemp that I'm picking and stuff. If you want to make bags with this, there's no limit on the market right now. It's between 1,500 and 8,000 gold a bag. You could easily produce probably, I would say, 50 of them if you really tried in a day, and just break your gold limit cap. And I keep wondering why I don't do that. But the problem is, if you get famous for that, I don't know. It's sort of weird. It's not like famous, but it's like I don't know. It's sort of weird. You don't want to be the guy gouging everybody for 3,000 gold bags when the expansion just hit or the server's fresh. You don't want to be that guy that's gouging everybody for bags. You want to be the guy who's providing bags for 500, like 200 of them for 500 a piece. That's the guy you want to be. You don't want to be this guy charging 8,000 gold for a fucking blue bag, the highest gear score storage bag. That's these things like on the market. But I've been thinking about like claw crafting. If I wanted to, I have a good spot here. If you notice, all over the place here, right where I'm standing, there's silkweed, there's normal hemp, all over this like plateau thing that I'm at. There's more normal hemp and stuff. This is gold just sitting here. And if you don't pick it, if you don't come pull this, you don't make gold. Like this game pays you. The main story quest pays you like way more than it has any right to. Really, it pays so much money. But like if it didn't. You know, like you pretty much you would have to go pick this. You'd have to go pick this hemp, if you wanted any sort of money at all. That's how this server is now, right now. Eniad, it's fucking nuts. If you want money, you have to go farm. There's no like you can buy it and they're selling it, but they're not selling a lot of it. Like, so for instance, right now, I would really like to get my hands on, like, 5,000 hyssop, but I'd be lucky to get my hands on maybe 800, if I was lucky. If I were to go buy out the auction house right now, like, I could put my money where my mouth is, because I just did a whole bunch of farming, and I'll put my money where my mouth is. Like, I'll go right now, and I'll buy hyssop in my alchemical town, and we'll take a look at what kind of numbers I'm posting here, but it's kind of crazy. It's like, you know, so I'm going to warp out here to go back to Everfall for just a moment. I mean, I did my quest down here, I think. Oh, wait, no. I'm so close to this other quest that I should complete it before I leave here. This one won't take long. But I'll go to the alchemical, town in the Great Scale, or whatever it's called, Great Cleave. And I'll make potions. You'll get an idea, Dave, of like what, like how really bitch and a half the crafting system actually is. You can't mass produce stuff. You have to get your hands on it through hook, crook, and like and wager and bargain. You can put buy orders up. You can go farm it. However it is that you get it, you have to get it. And it's annoying as fuck. Getting that much hyssop or that much, sateen cloth or that much, like, rawhide or whatever is such a pain in the fucking ass that they're, like, either by hook or crook, you've got to do it, though. You've got to get your hands on thousands and thousands and thousands of it so you can just level crafting at basically a loss. And it's not good. It's not good, and it's not bad either, though. It's not bad. It's a really good system, but it's also not so good either. It's like I can't just go make like a fuck ton of potions like World of Warcraft because nobody's selling hyssop. I mean, nobody's selling on a massive scale, the likes of which would support the kind of fat man like potion making that I want to do, which is like putting like 5,000 potions on the market. But the hyssop, like the blue stuff that you pick up, is called hyssop, and it's all over the place. Like there's a patch of it I think I see, or no, I don't know. I'm not seeing a whole lot of hyssop here, but there's a patch of it. You see hyssop all over the fucking place. It's this stuff. It is pure gold just sitting there. It's like 5 gold right there. Like each time you pick one, it's like 5 gold. That's what they go for. It's like 5, between that. You can buy cheaper than that, and I'm about to do it. I'm going to buy all the hyssop on the market, but this hyssop stuff that's popping, this blue stuff, it's cash. It's like straight cash money. It's more money than marijuana. Because for some reason, potions all need hyssop. It's fucking stupid. I don't know why. Like, at least for Alkalest, for burning consumable potions, you need hyssop for Alkalest, and that's not good. It's almost like a foreign language at that point if you don't understand it, if you haven't done it yet. You're like, what do you need? What do you mean I need hyssop for alchemical knowledge of Alkalest? What's an Alkalest? And an Alkalest is the base ingredient in potions, and it's stupid. It's hard to describe, and it's not very straightforward, and they always put some pain in the ass fucking mat. that's impossible to get a bulk it's impossible to get a bulk amount of unless there's so many people on the market selling it at at bulk prices for no good goddamn reason at all. Like if they're just being nonsensical about it, and they're just posting all of their hyssop for like a cent a piece, and they're selling like 2,000 of them. You can sometimes the market's like that, and you could go buy 2,000 hyssop like that. You can get lucky like that, but the likelihood of it is sort of low. The question is, why would they be selling that much hyssop? Where did they get that much hyssop? Why are they selling that much hyssop, and why it's such a low fucking price? Because it kind of seems like an RMT bot at that point might be picking hyssop out there somewhere. But see, I see all these people playing New World complaining about bots, but I don't believe I've witnessed a bot yet. I don't think I've found a bot. I see them talk about bots all the fucking time. I don't think I see a bot. I don't think I've seen a bot. Anyways, I kind of got off on a kind of a side jaunt there about alchemical ingredients and stuff, but it's harsh like that. Like for instance, in Skyrim, it would have been there's some terrible alchemical catalyst that you need to do production for stuff like conjuration, which would be soul gems, right? Stuff that conjures stuff, it's all soul gem based. You can trap souls and pull soul gems. Soul gems are kind of what hyssop is. So in soul gems are not easy. Hyssop's not easy. I mean, you can go pick it up off the ground, but you can't pick up a large amount of it off the ground all at once. You have to do a huge amount of traveling and time expenditure and waiting for respawns and stuff like that. You can't just go farm up 5,000 hyssop at the drop of a hat. That's that's a farm of such epic proportions that you're talking like hours of traveling across every zone, looking for every single piece of hyssop that you can possibly find, which is what I kind of find myself doing. I run around looking for like hemp plants, hyssop. There's a whole farming element of it that is very strong, that has nothing to do with the main story quest. That doesn't matter what zone you go to, you're gonna find fucking hemp by the forts like this. You're gonna find you're gonna find stuff. And you can just farm all day if you want to. The MSQ pays, but I'm fuck far behind on my MSQ now. My main story quest is, who knows? I would say level 33 or something like that, and I'm 40 fucking 8. So I've neglected my MSQ big time. So it's only going to pay out level 33 XP, but it's still a good flat huge amount of level 33 XP when it pays. So it's worth it to go do the MSQ. I've neglected it too badly. So now I'm going to go show you what I mean by this alchemical stuff. Like for instance, I put out buy orders for hyssop the last 4 days, and I've had fierce, staunch competition with that. They definitely raise the price all the time on me, and I've noticed now that I've had some power in the market that I haven't had in a long time in an MMO, where literally I can put the demand so high that the price rises. Which is a really rare thing to do. On like Wings, I've never seen it. Maybe on Fire Crystals you'll see it every once in a while. Occasionally Fire Crystals will go up to 2,800 gil a stack, and you're like, what the fuck is Fire Crystals doing up so high? You can kind of with the demand being so high for cooking and stuff like that, you can literally see the demand on the crystal just going up, and that's very rare on MMO markets. But that's happening here. That's happening in this game, where literally I can see the price of hyssop going up by itself just through the sheer demand of it. And that's a really beautiful thing. If you can get that kind of market stuff going on, you have a good enough econ to support a really good game. And we're starting to see a renewed market here with that too, with the hyssop being part of everyone's fucking foundations, and it's everyone's foundation. It's not just yours. If they want their own potions, they have to do the hyssop grind just like you. And this is true of all of the things. If you want to be a leather crafter making medium armor, you better get your ass to killing some 50,000 crocodiles or wherever you're gonna get that skin at. I know there's a really good spot down here in Cutlass Keys, right about, I believe it's right here. just north of Broken Dune, northwest of Broken Dunes. There's hemp all over this area, by the way, and all along the water, there's fuck tons of crocodiles and stuff. And like this area, there like 5 crocodiles pop like right here, all next to each other. I'm talking like they're all touching the same treasure chest. They're that close to each other. They're like all 4 of them pop to guard a treasure chest. So that's that's a king's ransom in gold if you know it to go do it. And if you're taking all that leather and you're producing like mass amounts of greens to level your leather crafting skill up, like your workshopping skill up to where you can produce like really crazy epic or legendary like loot that you can wear. Like it takes so much leather to do so that you pretty much have to corner the market on leather. Which is an experience that I would say Final Fantasy kind of, like, FFXI does force you into that kind of thinking, where you're like, oh god, I've got to corner the silver market now if I'm going to get past Silver Road, or oh god, I've got to corner the Silk Road market. I did the Silk Road on Fenrir back on retail, and like all that Silk Road stuff, that's here. You can easily do that here, and that's the RuneScape side of this game that totally takes you away from killing at all. If you don't want it. If you don't want to kill things all day, you don't fucking have to. Everything pays. Hitting this rock right here, it pays. Like, really good. Let's look at how much XP this pays. It pays 5 XP because it's not so good anymore. Because I've been chopping a lot of rock. But back when I was, like, level 50 stone cutting, like, it paid out, like, 35 XP a stone. Which is kind of like killing a mob. So hitting this spine cap... And then, like, you know, and then, you know, killing this, like, you know, it's just crazy. Like, the XP from the crafting is real. It's real like the MSQ is. It's kind of crazy. So it doesn't matter what you do. I would say learning a weapon is actually more of a skill check than you might think. One of the ways to really speed up, I think, leveling is to really master one single weapon and not even worry about switching out. If you like switch out if you want to. Like you'll see me throw down a heal just because it's beneficial for me to, you know, to do so. I'll throw down like a, you know, a fucking like an AOE on the ground, but I'm barely using my secondary weapon. I'm trying to learn Greatsword to the utmost capacity because there's all this like meta game stuff with it. Like for instance, if I get in combat with this thing and I block, right, and I roll and I'm in combat with him, I get an empower for 10 seconds that ups my damage by 20%, and that's just from dodging this guy in combat. So here I am with this guy, so now I've got a 10-second empower running, my crit's higher, and I'm also in the attack stance, so I do a lot of chunky big AoE damage to kill everything here. Oh. And then I start dodging every which way, every few seconds to pull my empower back, right? Kill everything, and nothing really does that much damage to me unless it's like 5 mobs. And that, like, it takes a while to learn the Greatsword to that level where, you know, where you feel like you're that good with it that you can like literally hold your own, because it is actually, I would say, some hundreds of hours experience. I would say a good weapon to start with would be the spear. But I would say the entire game pretty much is mastery of the weapons, I would say. That's more important than, say, like the leveling is. It doesn't matter what level you are, because the difficulty level sort of stays the same no matter what level you are. So you can rush to 60 if you want to see content such as, like I am, like Brimstone Sands, because I've never been there. So I'm rushing to 60 so I can get to, you know, Brimstone Sands and see it. For content for my stream. But you don't have to play the game that way. But what you do have to do, I would say, if I were to give my advice for people trying to learn New World, you have to learn the weapons. The weapons are the game. Like, I'm very tempted to run spear, Greatsword, because they would complement each other so well. But it's so pony. It's so, like, you own so hardcore that you kind of wonder if it's unfair to like PvP targets to run those two weapons, because they're so cheaty and crazy. And they complement each other so well that, like, you know, spear greatsword, it's like really pony, but then you do see these guys with like great hammers and, you know, damn, he's like level 50. What's up? You want something? Are you live? I am live, yes, yeah. Low key, just streaming, you know, leveling. I am live. I appreciate the interest. Don't have too many people watching, but, you know, So, yeah, so as I was saying, yeah, so, you know, there's aspects of all of it, like, but I would say the weapon mastery is the most important part. If you can't do your weapon with your eyes closed, something's wrong. The game's got a very steep weapon skill learning curve, the likes of which I've almost never seen. I don't think I've ever seen like a skill ceiling like this, where mastering the weapons is actually pretty much the game. Once you do that, there's nothing you can't do. Pretty much, you can even kind of tank. Like, if you master the right weapons, like if you have a background in Ice Gauntlet because you spent like, you know, 80 to 400 hours on Ice Gauntlet, that benefits you huge when you go into PvP looking to survive 5 or 10 targets, you know, and you have, you know, you've got, like, you know, you got an Ice Gauntlet that you can go Ice Block with to full heal, and you have all the CC and stuff in the Ice Gauntlet thing, and you aren't maining Ice Gauntlet, you're maining, you know, something like Rapier. But because you know Ice Gauntlet, your Rapier experience becomes twice as good as it was. Especially in things like PvP, where you've got to sometimes tank like 5 fucking melee on you and 3 ranged or whatever, and still live somehow. And we saw a whole rash of videos like this on YouTube, where some guy's talking about, like, you know, how pony, you know, My Little Pony, fucking like Rapier, Ice Gauntlet can be. We look at like New World PvP, Rapier, Ice Gauntlet, right? This was all the rage meta for a bit when the game first hit, because, like, this guy, he can tank, this spec with this particular spec of weapon skills and such, you can tank like 3 people fairly well. And we'll see this. Like, I don't have this kind of skill yet because I didn't spend the time to master Rapier. I mean, I did spend quite a bit of time on Rapier, but I would say my main mastery right now is probably still Spear. I'm very good. I would say I master Blunderbuss about as far as I was willing to do it, right? But notice this guy's got 3 people on him, but because Ice Gauntlet's so pony and CC oriented, that if they fuck up on his baits, like he has certain baited things coming up here. Like, if the guy runs on that ice, he's got a problem. The other guy, damn, he damn near one-shot him too. Something he's doing really hurts. Like, yeah, that just that auto fire with the Ice Gauntlet, it fucking hurts. Ice Gauntlet, like, just the heavy attack with Ice Gauntlet fucking hurts, like, really bad, like a shotgun blast or something. It's, you know, like so, you know, you can get all mastery of this, but you can't do that without mastery of not only, like, the 2 weapons that you're using, such as Rapier and Spear, or whatever. Rapier and that guy had Ice Gauntlet, whatever. You know, and not to mention that, but also what weapons your opponent has and what they're likely to do with them and what they're likely to be spec'd as. The game's depth is there, and it sucks because it's kind of PvP oriented. I would say PvE probably has these same things with rotations, but it's fairly easy to like kind of like robot out a perfect rotation with a parse. Whereas in PvP, it's all about how the fuck do you tank 5 people and still get a kill, you know, and what specs best for that and all this shit. So the PvP has a much better, you know, the PvP has a much better window for like mastery of skill ceilings and such, I would say. But it's yeah, I don't know. I got off on a lot of side tangents. Yeah, we were initially just talking about how to level fastest, but I mean, you can pretty much do anything. Like, for instance, if you wanted to flag up and go sit outside this place down here in Iron Rose Shrine, right, or whatever it is. Yeah, I believe it is Iron Rose. Yeah, is it? Or yeah, whatever it is. It's like one of these. It's like that one or whatever. Okay. This guy one-shot me while I was in a map. Nice. Well, that's fun. Thanks for that. I was not paying attention at all. Did I get credit for that? I don't know. Where am I? Why am I way down here? Oh, I got credit for it though. So that's fine. I mean, actually, this was a free ride home. I actually don't mind that. Thank you. He got probably loot out of it. Whatever. Loot and credit. That's what I get for going and putting my nose in a fucking map while I'm like balls deep in a monument. I get fucking slaughtered by somebody who's like 5 levels higher in 2 hits or whatever. Because I'm like all tabbed on YouTube and in the middle, balls deep in a monument. Because that's my style. I guess that's what I do these days. Is I just go balls deep in a monument and then go AFK with my flag up and my PvP status on, and expect to live somehow and then don't. You know, I didn't, and I shouldn't have. If I had another second, I could have potioned up and maybe done something there. But I didn't even know what was happening. I thought it was a monster on me, so I didn't panic. And I should have panicked, you know. Whatever. The free ride home actually did save me some time. I mean, I don't believe I have my in teleport or my warp to Hearthstone isn't up right now. I don't think so. That free ride was actually like not beneficial, but it wasn't bad.
At last.
Yeah, cool. The PvP, the faction boards are a really good way to get XP, but expect to see PvP at those places like I just did. I wish I had actually been there and cognizant. I would have killed his ass, but I'm also at a disadvantage because I'm not using my proper mouse right now. I usually have an MMO mouse for this kind of stuff, but I don't have... Wow, what's going on there? Where are all of you going? God damn, man. What's all this then? How am I, like, the highest guy here? I'm not the highest, but I'm close to the highest. Well... So, they want, like, some kind of war or something? Is that kind of the vibe here? I'll go fight, I don't care, like, whatever. Yeah, I'm aware. I don't care. Nobody wants any, huh? Alright. I like to see the culture, though. It's good to see the culture doing something. Like, I'm just looking. Yeah. Fun as hell. Yeah, so sorry, I went off like waxing intellectual and the balls deep in a fucking monument. Like what did I expect? You know, get fucking raffle stomped by somebody. It's annoying. Everybody I noticed, everybody that attacks me is always like 6 or 7 levels higher. I noticed anybody else, like, they're too scared to. But there'll be these guys 6, 7 levels higher. They'll just lord it over you and they'll take their advantage and they'll definitely win. You might get them low, but they'll kill you before you can kill them. It's fucking annoying. 7 levels is a lot. You know, it's actually kind of a big difference. Especially higher end. Like, it's not that much difference between a 37 and a 47, but there's a big fucking difference between 47 and 57. Like, you know, or whatever. Like, 47 and 54. There's a big fucking difference between 47 and 54. 54 has a lot more stats than, you know, between a 37 and a 43. So the 54 fucking hurts, you know. There's a big difference. They have a lot more abilities up at that level. They you know, they hit harder. They got better min-max gear and maybe epics and stuff like that, you know. But anyways, so now I was going to go teleport to the Great Cleave, but I also have to pee. So while I teleport, I'm going to go pee. But we're going to take a look at the alchemy here. Like I said, I was going to do. We're going to talk about hyssop. Get my bang energy drink. On a Saturday night. BRB. Excuse me. Okay, sorry about that. So now we're gonna go take a look, like I said I was gonna do, at the market, and we're gonna attempt to corner the market on Hyssop, which is not cheap. You know what I'm saying? Like, so we're gonna come over here. We're just gonna take a look at this because it's probably not very realistic, but let's go see if there's some room to maneuver here. So there is a bit of a market. You're gonna watch me try to corner it. Here we go. It's expensive as fuck, but here we go. Right, 48 for 23.55. Fucking 6 for 3. You know what I'm saying? Oh, thank you so much. Thank you, dude. So yeah, so watch me try to corner the market on fucking Hyssop. 231 for 113. Not bad, not bad. But I mean, it's like herein lies the market domination. You actually have to go do this shit. You've got to buy everything there is. Put out buy orders for you know, whatever. But I do all my buy ordering after I corner the market like this, which takes a long time, you know. But I don't want other people, like, stay out of the fucking potion market, Dave. If you're on any ad, stay out of the potion market. It's mine. Yeah, I'm just kidding. I'm competitive with it. I'm just kidding. I'm totally kidding. I don't give a flying fuck who competes on the potion market. I really don't. And, you know, but I'll shortchange Hyssop off the market. I'll take it off I'll take all of it off the market. I'll blow 1,000 gold right here, which isn't that much in the scheme of things, but, you know, it is for, you know, what it is I'm doing. So we just go through. Notice that I hit the bottom of the list, but I mean, this is just the first of 6 pages. Fuck, am I doing this correctly? Yeah, I believe I am. Yeah, we're just going to drop it down, look a little bit. Yeah, we're just going to refresh the page there and get started again on the bottom, you know. And just buy. Just keep on buying it. Like 1,000 gold worth of fucking Hyssop, right? And then, you know, and I'm going to put up, you know, I'm going to put up a lot of potions. Because they sell. The more I post, the more they'll sell, you know, because like a lot of this has to do with availability. If the public looks and sees that there's like 1,200 fucking healing pots for sale, all reasonable, they're gonna buy all of it. But the difference is, if there's only about 200 of them, they won't, because they have a taste for buying a stack of potions from me. I know they do, because they do it all the time. They'll buy entire stacks of potions from me for like 400 gold. They don't give a shit about that. Neither do I. I don't mind blowing that kind of money. So here we go. By the way, look, like, here we go. Buy in Hyssop. Some of this is starting to add up here, and it'll get out of hand fairly quick. So, like, already now we're down about 700 gold, and I'm just gonna keep on going though here. You gotta, like, really commit, motherfucker, and, like, actually do this. Here we go. So, and that's it. That's about all of the Hyssop market that I care to corner. Now, yesterday I was able to do it all by myself, but notice that you know, the pages have gotten long. I'm sorry. I want Hyssop here. Yeah, there is 4 pages of this stuff, and I would say quantity of somewhere around 3,000 of it, which would also be like probably about 3,000 gold, which I don't want to spend. I don't want to spend 3,000 gold on Hyssop, because I don't know. Sooner or later, I'm going to run out. I bought too much Hyssop. By the way, as you can see, I have 2,000 Hyssop, so we're going to go over here. We're going to dump Arcana into my box, and we're going to do a fuck ton of potion crafting, but that's a whole process in and of itself, which is like, you know, gotta go down to the river, get me some water. Gotta go down to the river, get me some bulrush cob. Gotta go down to the river, get me like a lot of this and a lot of that. You know, it's sort of annoying. It's like I gotta go down to the river now and you know, and go pick reeds and cycle water stuff, drink, like, pull water out of the river and make potions like the way a real potion master would. And I don't want to do that work right now. So I'm just going to leave my large, like, you know, actually, I don't know. The market right now may support, or not may support, but like might be better. It might be better to get on top of this market right now. Each day that passes by, you can make less money. So I'm tempted to go do the completionist work now, which is not my favorite thing in the world. You're gonna see me do some girly shit here. This is like some girly Stardew Valley shit. But I'm going on down to the river to go harvesting like some kind of girl. I'm gonna pull cloth off of the side of the river and I'm gonna weave baskets and I'm gonna make like, you know, I'm gonna make potions, health potions and stuff for me and the market, and you know, and that takes time. It's annoying. It takes some time. You gotta go pick fuck ton of bull rush, and I don't have my MMO mouse right now, so looting is kind of annoying to me. You know, need some fresh water, need bull rush. I'm just gonna do this whole fucking river for like half an hour. I'm gonna turn on some farming music here, and I'm just gonna farm for like half an hour, like hardcore. I'm gonna run like a fucking. I need a buff that I don't have, so I'm going to start with that, and then I'm going to put on some music here, some farming music, because I'm going to farm hardcore, you know what I'm saying? Up a little bit. We're going to go... Yeah, we'll do that first. I know what I'm going to hear. Yeah, I know what I want to hear. Yeah, there we go. So, okay, so we're going to do something on extreme, or expert, I mean. I just don't know what. Like, Sneaky the Smuggler might be good. That one's not bad, I don't think. You know, I might do Sneaky. I forgot to pick that up. Got Morning Shores, Pathless Travel. Let's do the Pathless Traveled. I think that'd be alright. Oh, no, wait. Or, no. I want Decidedly Dexterous, Expert, yeah, and play the guitar, yeah. And here we go. Alright, let's see how bad I can suck this up, you know. How bad I'll fail at this, we'll see. But I need the crafting speed buff, or the harvesting speed buff. It's important to this. Damn it. Damn it. Oops. Oh. Damn it. Had some latency stuff because of the server. Pathless Travel's good. I'm gonna do that one a bunch. That's good. So there we go. We end now. We take our we take our buff because I need that. Then we eat a nice food buff in case I have combat here, and then we fucking farm the fuck ton out of Bull Rush Cops. So I'm gonna do a river run. You're gonna see me go all the way down and around this fucking river, all the way down, like to like there. And I'm gonna hop off and run, or I'll probably just teleport. I'll teleport out at that point, but do a river run here. There's probably better places to do this that annoy me less. Like there's places in Everfall that are better for this. But I don't know. I actually don't mind the Snow River. I feel like it's quiet and that and that it's a level appropriate for me. It's not the worst place to be. Part of this that's annoying is I really do need a fuck ton of water. I need like a lot of water, like 400 fucking water or something like that. Fucking annoying. But if you can corner the fucking potion market, name your own prices, eventually the fucking potions go up to like 10 or 12 gold a piece, and they love to buy them. You know, they love to buy them. They need them. Eventually you can name your own price, but you got to be that supplier. You got to put that. You got to put that sort of amount of market on the market for them to buy. Fucking water, man. Water's so boring. These guys just stand there and fucking pull water out of the river. But, you know, this is what I always wanted Fallout 76 to be. I always thought 76 was close to this, but not really. It's really clunky and shitty compared to this. It would have been a lot better if it was like this. Like, you know, all the survival stuff made a lot more sense. If there was a lot of potions in 76 kind of thing, and it made more sense, and definitely, like, you know, you dose potions all the time. But it's not like ESO 76. It's a lot more like, well, Fallout. It's a lot more like a single-player Fallout that you can play co-op if you want. I used to really think that 76 was this horrible, like, game in the respect that it kind of stole a lot of my time for what issues and problems it had. But if you look at 76 like what we always wanted, which was a legally done, like, totally supported, well-supported, I would say, co-op Fallout experience. And that's what we always wanted. Like, my whole life, I wanted to be able to play Fallout with my best friend. And then, ironically, by the time they finally got around to making a Fallout that really was co-op, there was, like, really good co-op Fallout 76. Like, no problem with it being co-op. It's good. So we finally get that, and everybody shits on the game because it sucks. But if you remember, what we always wanted was, like, some fucking co-op Fallout game. And we got it, and you guys complained. You, like, complained. But that's what 76 is. If you don't know what it is, it's just a co-op Fallout game. That's it. It's co-op. It's co-op that nobody uses, because, like, nobody plays the game. You know, if they do, there's a few people, like, definitely who do dungeons together and stuff. There is a scene in Fallout 76. There definitely is. But it's just, you know, it's weird that, like, you know, that she didn't kind of understand what that game actually is. It's just Fallout for it's like multiplayer Fallout. And that's it. If you're expecting more, you're kind of like beauty lies in the beholder. If you know, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. If you don't see that beauty, that doesn't mean that it isn't there, you know. And that's how I feel about 76. So this is the perfection of what 76 was trying to do, I would say. It's smooth, it's, you know, the combat's great, it's not phoned in combat, kind of like 76 a little bit. 76 is a little bit phoned in the respect that it's a good shooter, but it's not, but it's very simple. Think like Rage or one of those. It's very simple, like Rage or Doom or, you know, Quake. It's not too varied or, like, you know, combat evolved. It's more of a kind of a grindy shooter, you know. And 76 is like that. I like the combat system of 76, but I like, there's still things that I wonder about. Something in the back of my mind is sitting there, like, more so than even returning to Rust or something like that, is my desire to do another full playthrough of 76 on the computer, because I never did 76 on my stream, and I know a lot about 76, kind of. It's one of my specialties. I spent, like, I don't know, 3,800 hours or something like that on 76. I spent, like, an entire year on 76. The same way I spent a whole year on... I spent, like, a year and a half on Rust, but I spent, like, a year on 76. I spent, like, every day, all day for, like, a year. And, like, I have a lot of hours on the PS4 for 76. I have a lot of skins. I have a lot of money. Like, I paid for Fallout 1 or whatever it was, the Fallout Monthly. I paid for the Fallout Monthly. Everybody was like, oh, Fallout Monthly is so bad, and it's like one of the worst, like, cash-grabbing motherfucking things in the gaming history and all this. I was like, oh, man, but this thing that they give you, the camp, is so good. The camp is so fun. You can camp anywhere in the game and do anything, and you have a respawn point pretty much, like, right there. Like, pretty much right in the middle of the monument. It doesn't really matter. You can put that thing down anywhere, pretty much. And, like, then you have, like, a spawn point. Like, what the camp point... ooh, what is that? It's a blue... Oh, it's a blue great axe. Nice. Oh, yeah, what am I doing here? I'm fighting, am I? I didn't want to go fight. I wanted to pick fucking Bulrush Cobb, and I got off killing things. I shouldn't have been doing that. Oh, well. So now I'm, like, halfway full of potion ingredients. When I get full, I'll go back. And some of this is helpful, like this stuff. You want this stuff, these incidentals, because if they drop super rare stuff, this is how you get it. This is the only way to get it. So annoying. I always suspected what was wrong with New World is it wasn't universally accepted for some reason, and it should have been. I don't know why they can universally accept like COD, but they can't universally accept New World because it's actually pretty good. It's a great little kids game. I would say of all the games I've ever played, I think this game would kind of teach kids maybe how it's kind of like the most life simulator I can think of. If you really wanted to hunt and fish and survive, this game's kind of like that. It just sort of abbreviates the really slow, small work of say, like trimming some bulrush cobs, you know? You could probably fry some tubers. You probably eat some fried tubers. It's probably not the best thing to eat, but, you know, you can probably do that for a night, you know? And get a meal out of it, not just so that you weren't starving. And, like, so picking bulrush cobs, like, you know, isn't the worst idea. It's not a good idea, but it's not a bad one either. It's... Yeah. This stuff, like the alchemy stuff, I don't know why potions would take bulrush cobs, but I do really love that like the potion, like the river is literally health potions. Like it's like every material that the river gives leads directly to health potions, and I really enjoyed that part of the crafting system when I saw that side of it. But the other systems, I don't think make that sort of sense, and I kind of wish they did. Like iron ore there should be like fields of iron ore, but there's like, you know, fields of it. You know, I'm talking like see tons of it all around you. But there should be level 60 mobs that you need like a team to, you know, to do. And, you know, it'd be fun to be, like, to do a mining expedition. I always wondered why they didn't do stuff like that. Like, okay, in 5 minutes, we start a scripted mining expedition where, you know, we all mine ore as fast as we can, and when there's a nasty enough mob on one of us, we have to stop and come back and help our homies or they die, and then everyone's super pissed because your mining goes down by 10% or whatever, and that shared mining party buff is sweet. And so you're off on, like, some procedurally generated... I'm hoping... You know, he does this in Ashes of Creation. You're off on some fucking, you know, like Bright Quest, essentially, where you're like, you know, you're like off on some fucking like ore hunt with your friends, and it's balanced perfectly for your fucking party, and you get bonuses for being in the party when you mine the ore, which goes in some group pool that just breaks it all out to each of you at the end. So it doesn't matter who does the mining, right? So you have these people killing, you have these people doing mining, and it's like an 8-man, and you're running around this terrible demon place where it takes like, you know, like it takes like 6 or 8 people to kill something, but you kill it, and then, you know, all this ore around it is mineable, so then everybody runs around and mines the fucking ore, and then a bunch of more procedurally generated ore pops, and that's how you get all of your iron ore really fucking fast. That's the sort of opposite they need that they're not doing in this gathering game. One of the beautiful things that Terra did was that like when you had more than one person in your party, like up to the entire party or even a raid, I think, if you all hit the same node at once, it didn't speed up the node. It just exponentially improved the results of the yield. So if you had like 5 fucking people, you got like 5 times the amount of loot, which was kind of crazy. It was like crazy. So often you didn't get that loot. But when you did, it was a lot of loot, you know. So like they had this sort of almost hive mind Asian thing going on, I suppose that might be considered racist what I just said, but I didn't mean it like that. Not like it, but they had like a hive mind idea going on with like go in a party and get 1/5 or 1/10 of 1/10 of the chunk of everything for everything that you do, but go in a party and do it all together. And I don't know why they aren't running ops like that. That should, like, fuck dungeons. I don't need a dungeon. I want you to procedurally generate a bunch of ore, a bunch of herbs out somewhere, put a bunch of high-level mobs next to it, and have the high-level mobs drop, like, badass items and shit like that. And, so they're happy, like, chests and shit like that. And, make it like a group farming thing, where if you need money, you just go join a fucking 5-man and go pwn an area and mine all the ore that procedurally jumps there because you have like 5 people, That's the sort of MMO I want that we haven't really got. I'm gonna die here. Oh god. Some of these are real pony, Die, bitch. I killed all of them now. Oh, no I didn't. No I didn't. Yeah, that's a little bit bad. I don't really want to fuck with you, but yeah, just give me your best, Oh, whatever that was, yeah, fucker. Okay, so yeah, chunk. Oh, great, and you leashed. Well, I suppose that wasn't the worst thing that could have happened. He was a little bit like pokey, He definitely hurt. That's oh yeah, you invited me to a team. Sure, yeah. I am. I wasn't trying to do these. Like, I'm not trying to do these. I'm passing through. No, I'm going to. I don't really wish to do these right now. I'm not gonna lie. I know it's selfish, but I mean that's not what I came here for. I came to pick Bull Rush. God damn it. I need potions, so like I'm going to make potions. That's like what I'm here for. Came to run this river. Fucking pick Bull Rush Cobb, Now, I was gonna play something, yeah, I don't know, like some of these, yeah, like, open that, right? Will you do that? Yeah. We're gonna farm a bit. Fucking Bull Rush, man. Excuse me. I need Bull Rush Cobb. How much Bull Rush Cobb do I have now? Like 187 or something. Yeah, 300 water. That's good. 182 Bull Rush Cobb. So I don't know if that's enough, but I think it's close. It's close to what I want. I think, yeah. I'm gonna just post a whole bunch of them at 10. And they can have all their cheap ones if they want them, but I'm gonna post mine at 10, I don't care. Post a whole bunch of them, Sell these at 10. Yeah, fucking potions, man. We'll see if this is enough. It's probably enough. It's enough to satisfy what I'm trying to do, yeah. I'll probably make a bunch of healing potions, I don't care. Yeah. Make a bunch of strongs. Yeah, 271 strongs. There's a bunch of strong alkalists, 289, not bad. Then we make a whole fuck ton of, like, these, oh yeah, we gotta get, like, Bulrush Cob, and, I have Earth motes, but I'm trying to, yeah, right, like, Earth motes, yeah. Strong heals. Yeah, make, like, that many, yeah, seems good. Then we'll go here and we'll look at Strong Regen, which is, like, Bulrush and Life motes, right? We'll make 128 of those. 150, nice. And my Arcane is at 100, not bad. And we come up and we see powerful Alkalest, which is even more Hyssop and water. We can make some powerful Alkalest here and market some powerful healing potions, which is what I should be using, but it's expensive, as you can see. It's expensive, as you can see. I mean, there's soul motes, which is good. That one of the mats is good, but you would need something like a lot of petal cap. See, there's always some catalyst material like petal cap. For this powerful health, it's a pain in the fucking ass. It's like plate cap and like petal cap. It's like really common, like forest mushrooms and stuff. But I like the depth, you know, the depth is there. I think it's more so than, say, Bethesda games. The depth is there for the potion. Getting these mats together is not that easy. It's easy if you buy it all. It's not easy to accrue the mats to get this many potions. And I really want powerful Alkalists and powerful health potions right now. I want them right now. So we're gonna take a look. I mean, I don't know. Like I should be able to, but problem is I already have to go get more water, which is more time, which sort of irks me, you know. And but what I do want to do is post all of these potions because it's a lot. It's you know, it's a market. It's gonna be some money, you know. It's hopefully, anyways. So we take a look at this, and we like come down. We see strong health potions, 135 of them. I'm gonna sell 100 of them at 375. That'd be okay. Yeah, I mean that's not a lot of money. It's 375 gold, but I mean that's fine. That pays for a third of what I spent on just the Hyssop, and I get the skill up in the meantime. So I mean, like I'm crafting at a loss, but I mean, what else is new? I mean, it's not that much of a loss though. Because here we go, and we put 100 of these at. See, already people bought them all out. So now I could get a much better price here of like 840 or something like that. And I pulled 840 gold there. And that's not that greedy. 840 for a stack of these, yeah. And just keep going, like, you know, like watching it. It'll sell like now. It'll sell pretty much now. So like I gotta, you know, like I need to watch that. That's something I need to keep on top of is those potions and stuff, yeah. The potions are sitting here. I need to sell them. Somewhere up here around 30 or something, yeah, it's going to be these. I don't need these. These can go. I don't know why they're that cheap. They shouldn't be that cheap. But whatever. Maybe potions are worth 10 cents to you. I like, whatever. I don't agree. I don't think they're ever worth that little. But anyways, 375 for 35 of these. I didn't get them, like, the it's funny because the one I can mass produce is the one that pays. So like it's kind of funny. It's worth the money now to go buying more Hyssop because already probably more Hyssop was placed as I bought it. We already go look at the price of Hyssop here again, and already I'm down a bit. But not that much. I'm down, like, I don't know. I'm not down. I'm back up exactly at 81. I just haven't made the sales yet. But 1,200 gold worth of shit is going to come through. And pretty fast, too. It'll bump me to, like, 8,100 or something like that. And, like, you know, and then I look at this and I'm like, Jesus Christ, like, the Hyssop. Look at what they want you to do. They're like, oh, you want to buy a lot of Hyssop, huh? Yes, I do. I want to buy a lot of Hyssop, yeah. Like, fucking, like, why are they putting stacks of one? It's fucking stupid. Don't buy, like, fucking stacks of one. Fucking stupid, man. So, yeah, like, like right here, like that's worth it to me. I'm gonna do that. I'm just gonna buy it because it's like enough. It's enough a number that it does make like a little tiny bit of a like. It doesn't hurt my wallet very much, but it does like definitely get me further in potions, especially now that I'm a powerful Alkylist, which is not so cheap. Powerful Alkylist is not easy, and I'm not sure I can even produce them here. Like, I might need a tier 4 now to even do that. I didn't even think about that. Might be kind of jumping ahead of myself here in the respect that, like, I'm not sure that I can actually make this potion here. I have to go verify. This takes a Arcane Repository tier 4. So on top of it, I can't make powerful Alkylist. So, like, I'm stuck in the strong Alkylist game, which is a good game that I'm in. But I do need now... Like, I don't know, a lot of water, though. Like, I don't know, what, 60 water, I guess? 60 water or something like that. Which is a lot, but I mean, it's fine, you know, it's... Potion farming, so I come and I get, like, more fucking water. It's so boring. But boy, does it pay. I'm talking, like, thousands pay. And it pays out the ass, you know, so if you got the patience for it, and you got the mats, and you corner the market, and you buy the hyssop, and you go farming for fucking bobtails and stuff, and water, and throw all the mats together and make the potions. You can make a clean-ass profit, you know? Clean-ass profit, but it's definitely a fuck ton of work that I'm not so sure about in a free game, you know? But if you want the game to be that, it's there. If you want market dominance, you can do it. It's there. You can have the experience if you want that. I just don't know how much this market really appeals to me in terms of its overall value. Like I would say the WoW market interests me more, I think, but I don't know that for sure. Maybe I like this market more. These items feel more throwaway candy type to me because they're randomly generated, kind of like Borderlands. And I would say, you know, they're good, but... $150 water, 220, that should hopefully be enough. For whatever it is I'm doing. Her role now is like she bends over. Like, you know, that's it. Okay, so I came here to make potions, and I farmed a bit more water and a bit more hyssop and bought some hyssop and stuff, and we're just gonna make a fuck ton of these strong Alkylist as what we can, you know. Yeah, 153, and then make me a whole bunch of strong regens with your... Oh, am I out of... I'm out of these materials. I should burn quite a bit of these, though. Yeah, there we go. Like that, yeah. Like run the Pine Cat Flesh and all that stuff, yeah. I'll make like a stack here off of the remnants of what it is that I have. I should maybe look into Glowing Mushroom Cap or something like that. One of these is going to be cheap. I just don't know which one. I need to find out. Like Life Bloom Stem might be really common. I don't know. You keep reverting to scary mats, you know. There you go. Yeah, make more of those. Just keep making more of them because they're really good money, you know. Yeah, 11 glowing moth cap thingies and life motes. I bought a lot of life motes for very cheap, and now I'm making a lot of money. So very good. So, you know, now we're like kind of... So some of this stuff, Gillflower, like, oh, owned items, right? Oh, what I can use, right? Oh, so what I don't have, right? Oh, so you can use any of this list to achieve the same results. So that's cool. So I do want to take a look at... oh, Bulrush Cob will work. I'm just out of it. So, Bulrush Cob, I might be able to get, like, fairly cheap. I don't know. It's sort of... curious, you know. Bulrush Cob, huh? Take a look at Bulrush Cob and just see, maybe... Yeah, see? Oh, but see, that's expensive. God damn, man. See, Bulrush Cob's worth a lot. If you want to sit around and pick it, it's worth its weight in gold. It's... Damn, this guy's selling like 1,000 of it. Jesus, like... Fuck, man, that's a lot of money. Yeah, look, like they're trying to get their money from potions back or something. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Bull Rush Cop is good, but and see, this is where I lose my interest. And I do, however, want to sell these 70 again for that same price of 840 or whatever, because it's still good, you know. That's still good. That's still pure gold. Like, yeah, if it, like another 560 gold or something like that, it's fine. I'll take it, you know. And my shit will bump up. It'll bump up to like 8,600 or something. I'll make more tomorrow. I don't need to dominate this market every single day. I don't find that need. I don't think that need is there. I'll just hit Bull Rush as I go and think about water as I go, and you know, yeah, it's fun. It's fun while it is. Put the cooking. Oh no, the cooking needs to go back because it's. Yeah, it mixes in otherwise, yeah. So, yeah, this weaving stuff, all of that. That's a lot of money right there, I think, actually. That's kind of funny. So, yeah, my Arcana's here, but I want my, like, woodworking stuff. Yeah, none of that stuff should be here. It's, like, all Arcana stuff. Yeah, there you go. There, see? All this, like, it's gotta be fucking, like, sorted, you know? Oh. Why is it light? Why couldn't it have been heavy? It's so annoying. That's an upgrade, kind of. I mean, it's an upgrade. No, it's medium. It's medium. That thing, yeah, it's good greatsword. You know. Damn, I look weird now. I don't like this helm anymore. I kind of want a new one. Let's see if they have one. I'm at a higher level now. You know, heavy armor head. Right, desecrated helm. Let's see, but what's her GS at? 460 something, right? No ficus helm. The tainted helm is fine, but I mean isn't that what I'm kind of wearing? It's like kind of the same fucking thing, just not. Con 7 strength. I don't like the ficus. I don't like it. It's not good. I mean, if it was pure strength, it would be good, but it's not. None of this is pure strength. It's fucking annoying. People hog all the strength stuff. It's so annoying. There's no strength stuff on the market at all. There's like that one is an upgrade, I guess. You know, it's. I mean, it's an upgrade. It's too expensive, but I don't. And also, I don't like the helm. I'm like, I straight don't like it. You know, it's. This one's a big upgrade, kind of, but it's not, like, big. What about chest armor? This armor doesn't really do anything for me. No strength armor, except for, like, down here, that guy. What's he sitting at? 450. It's still too much money. It's 750. Fuck that, I'm not paying that. Starting to see a big difference in the armor now. That's fine, though. So, whatever. So now we go, put some stuff away. Yeah, a little loud, you know. There we go. Gonna sell. I'm tempted to sell that, but I mean, like, you know, I'd rather just, like, yeah, I'd rather cycle it. It's more XP, you know. Nice, good XP out that book right there. So yeah, what about this, right? Yeah, give me some of these, yeah. Fuck, I thought I had more than that. Fuck. Well, you know, whatever. I mean, it's fine, but... You have quests, huh? Yeah, I think we're done here in terms of the potion romp. Pretty much done with that, and I'm gonna go back to Everfall now. That was fun, a good little bit of like, farming, you know. Gonna turn off the music now. I don't believe I'm in the mood. I think the silence is benefiting my mood a bit. While I look at other stuff that I need to do. There's the right with PvP. No. Let's see. We are looking for... The chips and cone was fucking loud. Don't know where it is I am going, however. Oh, I need to catch up the MSQ real proper lag. I am so behind. That has to happen. Oh, I'm going to Everfall, though, because I'm full. Again, I'm, like, constantly full. It's so annoying. Go to Everfall, right? Yeah, yeah, go to Everfall and just dump, I guess, yeah. Oh, storage is always a problem. Why do you guys do this to your game? Why do you do this to me? It's so annoying. I need my own storage, like, problems solved. I don't know. I don't know how to get fancy bags without help. Some of these guys, they have to go produce it or whatever. I'll go produce it myself. Go get me some high-level fucking bags. So, yeah, we got some stuff here. It's, none of it's pertinent to me, but, I mean, we can just, you know, just post it, I don't really care. The weapons, right? Weapons first, yeah, all that stuff too, though. But yes, first of all, yeah, we're going to place order for 840, you can have that, yeah. And this, sure, 840, take it, yeah, I'm okay with all of it. Take all of it. I don't care what you post this for, frankly. So yeah, I'm gonna just keep on posting. Keep on posting for like 8. I'll take 60 gold for all of it. But I'd rather make the sales than, like, you know, than not, and then have to just, you know, recycle the items because it's taking up too many slots in my order list or whatever. So, thick hide, it has some value. I could just dump a bunch of it for 200 gold right here, which, I mean, I don't really see why I don't, while it's available to be done. It's sort of weird. I mean, thick hide, it's, I don't know. I mean, I could post it, but in my orders, like, if I come to my orders and I look for thick hide here, I'm not gonna see any sales. Like, I don't know if people bought thick hide. I guess they did. Hey, well, maybe I can sell thick hide then. Let's sell thick hide at whatever price they want. Yeah, like, fucking, that'll work for me. Take whatever that is. I mean, it's a lot better than whatever I was looking at there. It's like twice that. It's like 400 gold or something. Take 400 gold and thick hide. I'd be okay with that. The fibers, I feel like that too. See, but you aren't paying that much for those. It's kind of annoying. Like, let's go make the sateen. Sateen, which is, ooh. So what do we do now? We come to the loom and we run linen. Actually, no. We do that, which is 450 fucking. I'll take the shake lot though. I think that's valuable. Yeah, and then. Yeah, 186, right? Eventually I'll have like 500 shake cloth and I'll sell it all. 207 linen. 52 fucking, you know, sateen. It's good. Got like 100 off that. Get the loom up, you know, to get some good mats that way and stuff. And just fund my addiction to gems, you know, and legendaries. This, right? Can I learn that? Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Sweet. So now, I already learned, huh? Lame. So anyways, reagents. Don't know about that leatherworking. Seems like it's cut down now though. So it seems like we have some storage, you know, whatever. Cooking can't fit because whatever, I haven't gotten around to the wood or the stone yet, I guess. Which will be some XP. It's nice. I like waiting on the stone and the wood So that when you go and do it, you're like, ooh, that's a nice jump in XP. You know, it feels good. So come over here, we look for... Oh, no. Coming over here, and we're looking for woodcutter, timber. 29 timber, and then we go lumber, 12 lumber. And then, yeah, like I pretty much it's good that I'm running out of sandpaper here, but used to be wood is how I made most of my money. Stone blocks, but I'm looking at all that other stuff, the tuning orbs and such. I don't have that kind of shit. Not at all. So anyways, yeah, it's weird how stone doesn't have like a daily, you know, whatever. Nice, my hatchet, yeah, 819. Yeah, sell it. Yeah, I don't care. Go right ahead. Yep, you go right ahead and buy all that. Yeah, please do. I'll take the money over not, you know. Flawed Emerald, 16-2 Earth mode. I don't know. I don't really, yeah, why not? Okay, so looking good there, so I'm gonna make some stone bricks, make a little bit more space, you know. Got a lot of something in my bank, but I gotta figure out what it is. It's not like ingots, I don't think. Yeah, it's not ingots, and it's not... Oh, did I do the wood? Yeah, I did the wood, but I ran out. So, like, something's really clogging up my bank now. And I need to, like, figure out what that is. I think it's building materials that I'm not using that I need to sell. They're, like, stacking up. I can feel it. Right? Pure solvent, yep. So, like, hey, I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it at this point. I'll take the 60 gold for the solvent. It's a waste, but I mean, yeah, no. It's a waste. It's kind of a waste. You could buy wordwood planks. I mean, no, I don't know. What could you get cheap? It's sort of dumb. But, I mean, you could... The solvent itself, yeah. Like, let them have the solvent, though. I think mainly I have a space problem is my problem. Yeah, all that tannin. And they need it, too. Yeah, I'll sell some tannin to people, yeah. It's not enough, but... oh, and I'll definitely sell all of that, yeah. That's got to go. Yeah, I'll take the 4 gold or whatever it is. Just take that off my hands, yeah. Now, silver ingots, I can see those actually selling... I don't know how much. Place an order for that and just dump it. Dump a lot of it. Yeah, dump like, yeah, oh yeah, dump like half of that. Yeah, sell that, you know. A lot of this stuff is taking up too much, yeah. Like 631, yeah, I'll take all 1,000 gold of it or whatever. Yeah, you can have all of that. I don't care about that. Butter, I got a lot of butter. Which I bought for very little. I paid very little, yep. And, like, it turns out that now I have a fuck ton of butter. I don't know why. What does butter turn into? It's, like, I forgot about that. Like, let's go to the kitchen. I apparently have, like, 50 or whatever, like 100 pounds of butter. Which is kind of funny. Yeah, I can make even more. Corn, sausage, 58 honey. Yeah, do that. Fish oil. Fish oil and nuts makes cooking oil. Cooking oil is really good. It's hard to get. Ooh, I can make some stuff. Oh yeah, I want some boiled cabbage. Yeah. Ooh yeah. Make me 9 of those. That's real good. Yeah. You could sell those for 50 gold a pop or probably or something like that. Ooh, what's campfire stew? Nah. But yeah, cornbread. Yeah, I have a lot of that. I got a lot of salt somehow. That's cool. A lot of chests open, I guess. Roasted potatoes and stuff. Hey, look at all that. Yeah, all that. Oh yeah, look at it. Like, ooh, yeah. I could sell that for 10 gold a piece, I bet. I don't know. Just make the potatoes. I don't care. I'd prefer to carry them around and use them. Yeah, like, and also that like, your health also like slowly recovers, right? So it's like another form of health recovery. I can put them here now. Yeah, and eat fried potatoes and stuff for an off meal, you know, and double stack my meals. Like the good true fatty that I am, you know. Fuck, I have all this butter but nothing to use it with. It's like really tragic. I wish I could make like strength foods would be cool too. Like yeah, like make that. But I mean, you only have one dill, fucking dill, right? So can I go get dill and carrots? Dill and carrots, right? Yeah, I'll make strength food. Dill and carrots, right? Dill and carrots. Let's go see. Dill and carrots. Let's just go see. Dill, right? Dill weed. Oh, none at all. And carrots. Fuck am I gonna get dill at? God damn it. Carrots, right? Yeah. Man. Look at that. I'm tempted to buy all those carrots because that's actually kind of a cheap price. Tempted because that's a lot of carrots. I mean, it'll weigh a lot, but I mean, that's a lot of carrots for one place at one time. You know, they would solve my carrot problem for a long time. It's a lot of carrots to have sitting there, though. It's not too good. I'm gonna buy. I can't believe I just bought that. What a waste of money that was. But I mean, I mean, you know, I wanted 160 carrots. I mean, I don't know what else to say. I needed 160 carrots. Why did I buy 160 carrots? I don't know. But it's too tempting to let that go. I don't know. Yeah, 50 pounds of fucking. So, anyways, I gotta pee again. I'm terribly sorry. This energy drink is running through me. I'll be right back. I apologize, guys. Oh, weird. Oh, that fell. It didn't crack, did it? No, no cracks or anything. Okay, let's go. I don't fall again, damn it. It's cold in here now. So good to me. Okay, I'm gonna sit down. Take a look at this. So. get in. Let me get in. Nope. Alright, fine. So... yeah, we go, here we go, and we go, like, you... No, wait, I want to keep you, Yep, and then, yeah, we double stack stuff. So, I mean, it's better space than what it used to be. It's at least a little bit better, more bearable. Yeah, those gotta stick around, but not those. Those don't have to stick around. Neither do those. Those, I don't know, those at this point, I might as well throw them away. Yeah. All it does is take up space that I don't have. Maybe I better throw these away, huh? Yeah, man, just throw them away. We don't want them anymore. Yeah, just get rid of them, right? Like, yeah, I don't think I want those anymore. Did you dump them? No, just dump them over the side, like, yeah, and then fucking toss this motherfucker, yeah. No. Yeah, like, get these out of here. No, like, toss it. There we go. Yeah, discard those. There you go. And then put this back in where it was. And then I want the level 40 meal now. Let's go take a look at that. So, consumables of recovery foods of health recovery of this satisfying meal, I think it is. Yeah, satisfying meal. Oh my god. Sort by price. Look for the same price. I'll take those 3. 60 gold for 3. 60 gold for 3. Son of a bitch, man. Raw foods. I mean, it's not like it's easy to make it. It's not that easy to make it. It's not that easy to make it. That's 4,000 gold for those. It's so bad. It's like, maybe I'd best just work my way up to that, you know, and live with what I've got, and that's fine, you know, for the recover 1% of your health or whatever, yeah. It's not amazing, but, I don't know, man, that kitchen thing, it's worth an investment of money to get to a better meal, but I mean, I don't know about how I can power level this. I don't think I can. Yeah, it's not easy. Like the sausage stuff, maybe, yeah. Like maybe that might be it. So we got a fuck ton of saffron. We could do bases of materials and stuff, yeah. Stuff that I have like numerous amounts of, but like some of the stuff I really want to stockpile. It's annoying. Like mint is okay, oregano, like rosemary. What's it take to make meat bait? It's like game meat, yeah. Oh wow, yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, and then seasoning blend, right? And seasoning blend, yeah. So like, fuck, man. Like I don't know what peppercorn. I already got too much of that, yeah. So I don't know, man. Like I don't know what's cheap, but yeah, like rosemary. Fucking, it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard, man. Like oregano, rosemary, and like peppercorn, yeah. Make like 9 of those, right? I mean, that doesn't get me shit, though. It doesn't get me shit, though. But anyways, you know, so yeah, and, yeah, oh, and then the big money is that stuff, right? So, hells yeah, actually, I can make 22 intelligence foods, but I want strength foods first and foremost, I guess. I begin to see what they want. Ooh, lots of, yeah, like, all I needed was dill, and, so there's one that's good, but the fruit salad... Can make 3 of those. That's cool, you know. Strength foods. Those are always good. Make some fruit salad, roasted carrots with dill and stuff. Yeah, get some good XP up there. Sausage with cream corn. 21 of them? Yeah, give me that. Yeah. That's, int food. Might actually sell, you know. Yeah. Sausage with cream corn, you know, and just, yeah, whatever I came up with, which isn't much. Sausage of like the pork variety, had a lot of pigs, killed a lot of pigs. And what else? There's like nothing else. Why do you keep showing zeros of stuff? Like I don't know. The sugar's good, but the peppercorn, right? It's peppercorn. Is it? You know? Oh, and then we make sausage, lots of sausage and lots of flour, lots of corn and cheese. You know? Lots of cheese and bread. Oh, damn it. I was trying to get more. Crafting, crafting. Just keep on crafting. Got some money off of this, yeah. Some ginger. I don't know. Put sugar in the mix there with the, no, put pork and then I don't know. What do I have a lot of? Nothing. Nothing really. The seasoning blends themselves, right? I don't know. It's not good like that stuff, you know. Yeah. Yeah, we go like what? Like ginger and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, more sausage and more seasoning blend stuff. No, I don't want to make any more of that. So getting up in levels for this is really annoying, but we do have a lot of stuff here. Wow, look at that. 133 light rations, huh? There's some XP, you know. There, how about 46 eggs? I don't know. I might do like poultry instead, yeah. Because that's like all the crappy like stuff, incidental birds. Yeah, get some bit of a start here, you know, it's fine, got a little higher. What I'm looking for is the next tier of meals, but I'm not seeing it, damn it. And you're not showing me, and I don't think you're gonna, that's kind of annoying. I don't want to waste my sugar, no. But saffron and, oh yeah, like red meat and what, like seasoning blend, right? It's not that bad. Make 6 sausages that way, yeah. That's 106 XP. Get up a little bit more, you know, as you go. Gets a little easier. I wish there was more stuff opening up as opposed to closing down. You know, like all the strength food. Oh, hey, a shooter sandwich. Nice. But I want, yeah, fruit, what is that? Fruit salad, right? Strength by 6, strength by 10. Pork chops and applesauce, right? Pork, which I just used up all my pork, I think. Cooking oil and cinnamon and apple, which, you know, isn't too bad. You know, it's pretty good food. It probably would sell pretty fucking well, but I don't know, man. You know, I have all those light rations. I don't know, fucking. That's like better, isn't it? The light meal, yeah, the light meal. That's like better than what I have, yeah. I need to put those like away, like sell them, I guess, or something. Yeah, sell these. Sell, what did I have? I have like 100 of something stupid. It was like, oh yeah, yeah, 100 and some odd. Oh yeah, lodestone, huh? What do you sell that for? 78. I'll take that money, yeah. I don't care about that. So, 18. What are you selling that for? 90, huh? Ooh, yeah, 90? Oh yeah. But I don't really want to fuck with that. I'll just fill the order then. Wow, they're paying for 18, huh? Yeah, they are. Yeah, I'll take that. I'll take the 100 gold. Oh yeah. That's good. So feathers, but these iron arrows, yeah. But I'm looking for, what do I have way too much of? It's like, oh yeah, food, right? I had too much light rations. Nobody's buying them. Anybody selling them is for too much. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna undercut this 39, right? Yeah. Like do like half that price and sell all 100 of them, and you can have them, you know. I don't care about that. And then, yeah, and then place a sell order for another fucking like 100 of them, or whatever the fuck, and do like another fucking like reset the thing. And I'm looking for light rations here. I just want to make sure they're going off my list. 77 lumber. What do you pay for that? Yeah, I'll take it. 50 gold, not bad. It's all profit. It's all good for something. Take that. We take that. Oh my god, they do take flint. They pay out the ass for flint. I need to remember that and just pick up all the flint that I fucking see. Glowworm bait's worthless to me. Will you buy it? Yeah, buy it. And woodlouse spade is worthless to me. You will not buy that. And then somewhere in here, 39 shadow fur. That's got to be good for something. What are you selling those for? Yeah. Can you get me that kind of price? Yeah, I got a whole fuck ton of them. Yeah. Give me that kind of price. Those rage hides, yeah, we sell those for. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, I'll take some money here. You know what I'm saying? This sausage with cream corn, you know, 40 gold a piece. No, but I'll take 10 for 23. I'll take 230 gold. You know, 230. I don't even know. That still seems fucking cheap. Or sorry, it's gougy. Probably got like 840 on that motherfucker. You can buy this if you want intellect food. You know, you can buy all that. Bright scale hide, 250. They're selling for 30 though. I sell, yeah, sell that. I'll sell that. Stone block, yeah. 50 cents of stone blocks, yeah. It's fine by me. Yeah, ooh, cabbage or something? Yeah, cabbage. I have 18 cabbage, that's good. Yeah, I have a lot of stuff. I just, man, not the stuff I need. So that obsidian flux, that's going for pretty good, I think. Yeah, we could do like half of this, cut this in half, and take my money, because, yeah, that's like, what, that's like 600 gold, and I definitely need to, like, thin that out a bit, because, I mean, it takes up a lot of space. Soul notes and such. Iron cartridges, I really have no interest in that. I'm just gonna throw it on there, because I don't really care. Feathers either, you can have those, you know, it's like, get them the fuck out of here. I need more space, dude, like, I really do. Go. Nightcrawler bait worthless to me. Gotta get this going, you know. You can have all of it. I should have sold it there on the market for 10 cents. I don't know what the fuck I was doing. But anyways. Woodlouse bait. Yeah. Fucking get it going. Whisperwood. Another bit of light rations. Get rid of them. Fucking cheap, you know. Yeah. And what about steel ingots? You buy those? Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Okay, well, yeah, we'll put 48 of those up on there. And, yeah, looking pretty good. More travel rations. They just keep reappearing over and over and over again. I don't want that much for those, though. Yeah, there you go. And, yeah, I'm going to sell that. And what else we got here? We got, those strong healths are good. Could sell those, you know, yeah, for like 370. Gets you a little bit more money. You can see this. See, I'm already back up. I'm almost back up to 7 again already. I dropped it to 6. I'm already. Or no, did I? I dropped it to 7. Excuse me. I was 8. I dropped it to 7. I blew 1300, but watch over the day. Like when I log tomorrow, it'll be like 8400 or something crazy, and it'll be like, wow. I need more money for legendaries, but I'm like in this like kind of expenditure phase. Like for instance, I need to scan for a sword here that outdoes my current sword. I kind of doubt it, but I got my eyes to the stars always, you know, because I'm looking for that GS. Give me that GS, right? It's 465. It's a good sword. It is an upgrade. It's got that min-max strength. He wants 2,000 gold for it. It has nothing that I want. I don't care. Too expensive, guys. Yeah, you gave me something worth a lot of gold, that guy. He gave me a weird, like, epic worth a lot. And I was like, thank you. Very nice of you. So, yeah. 465. I'm happy with the one I have, you know. And, yeah, so we're going to go out now. And now that my inventory is finally fucking dealt with. And stuff, I will go back out now and I will fight. Fight! Step up. Fight! So now we go out and we look around for any quests that I might have completed. Nope. And then I believe I have to catch up with my MSQ, which is something I really don't want to do, but I have to. So annoying. Okay, so here we go. I hate the helmet. I should have looked for helmets. I might go look for a helmet. There's nothing really stopping me.
Well now, then you know him personally? Whoever he
Ding.
was. In wrestling. Well, but what? Not only is it an insane risk, but what about the parley? You convinced all the factions to sit down together.
Where did my buff go that I bought? Oh, that is it.
Even begin?
Okay, so... Oh, I dinged, right? Yes, I get... Ooh, more points in strength. Yeah. So, that's just good. Just good. I'll take a look at the whole situation that my situation is in. I've been thinking about Great Sword quite a bit, but I really don't have a lot of room for passives. There's nothing that jumps out at me. That one jumps out. When I hit it, I'm halfway there. Got about 3 more points. Yeah, increase really good attack about 9%. Buff on you. Charge heavy attacks have grit and inflict bleeding for 6. Oh my god. That inflicting blade. Inflict bleeding for 6 seconds, dealing 5% weapon damage. Wow, that's a really strong one that I think might have been better than I don't know. Almost all of this is good. I guess. Oh shit. Ah. What the fuck? Ugh. 2 of them. Why is it always a 2-bang with you fucks? Whatever. Almost got him. Man. That's not it. Where am I going? It's like next is that guy, Brentwood Hamlet. Is that it? That's like my world quest. Yeah, where is it that you want me to go for my world quest, huh? Oh. Fucking, oh, cool. Yeah. So, where is it that you want me to go? Oh, that's a house, free housing item, unlock, yeah. Yeah, we'll take it, sure, confirm, yeah. Oh yeah, Roman X Hilarious, limited time apparel skin, huh? Unlock bundle, sure. That was just free, huh? Cool. Confirm. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. And seems like the assholes is out, or assholes are out. I'm going to switch off my PvP for now. I realize that's kind of pussy, but I'm not really in the mood to be interrupted right now. And so there's a difference. I'm all for it some days, but I'm not feeling it right now. Straight turn it off, you know. Got other things on my mind like leveling. Don't know where it is you want me to go for. I have another territory one that I just took care of or something. So Dominable Luck, right? Windsward, and then Restless Shore, answer the call, view and map, talk to Warden Scout. That, right? So fast travel, yes.
Force down.
The Fort Pass. I'm damn glad you're here. What? You're going in there?
No, I don't think so. Yeah.
Save yourselves then. Go. I guess I'm damn glad you're here. Jonas says you're the best among us. Makes me feel like I at least have a fighting chance if the corrupted close in.
So yeah, I remember that whole quest. Yeah, that was such a bitch and a half. I remember that though. So yeah, we could do that. Yeah, so we get back to the teleportal. For Minish. Don't know where to go now. Oh yeah, normally I would go chop blue trees, but I don't have chopping all the way up, or the logging all the way up where I need it. Damn it. It's like giving me something new. It's so annoying. Yeah, repair all. So the other one was, yeah, that guy. So yeah, we go, what is it? I think it is actually that. Yeah, we'll try that. Okay, so Obsidian Flux, 600 gold. Yeah. I mean, I shouldn't have sold my Obsidian Flux, but I needed money, and you know, I had too much of it. It's taking up too much space for what I could possibly use as compared to how much I can possibly fit, you know? Fucking inventory is such a fucking problem. All the time, their inventories are such a fucking problem. Just make an endless bag. Who the fuck cares? Like, you put so much loot in your game, and then you make it our problem with the inventory thing. You would find some way. You'd be like, I'm a rich man. I have so much stuff that I can just sell all of it till I buy a house, and then I'll fill it again. That's it's just... Interesting how there's like snow, but it's not like sticking on the ground. It definitely ripped off Horizon Zero Dawn a lot. This game, it's definitely got those aspects that Aloy had. I wish this game kind of had that sort of elemental combat I mean, it does, but it doesn't really feel that way. Like, the fire doesn't feel like it burns you enough. Or the ice freezes you, or, you know. That's one of the cool things about WoW. Is like when you were frozen, you were frozen. Gotta get north, and this isn't it. Like, these mobs aren't it. Not even remotely. Gotta get in there pretty deep to this place, and I mean, how much of a walk is it? It's like kind of a walk. I better put down a tent. Gotta go. Oh yeah, I was resetting my thing. I was like, what is it I was doing? But now I don't think I have the materials to do that. Chop a tree. I'm higher now. I'm like 50. I wish Brimstone Sands was like a level 50 zone. I mean, I could probably go there, I think, but I don't know, it might be a little bit too low. Oops. Like Flint. Flint. That's right, yeah. Flint. That's enough, yeah. And then we'll go, if I die in here, at least I don't have to run all the way from the fucking level 24. That's a bit low. Let's go all the way up to the MSQ. I am way behind, I think. This will carry me quite a bit of XP though, I think, if I do it all at once. It's good. It should just level with you and pay you commensurate to your time. What was that? Ooh. Leaves Malice, objective started. What's that about, dude? Okay. Yeah, I'll tell you that this life mode. Ooh, 122 gold for something. Yeah, I like a lot of money. Yeah, give me a lot of money. I got these epic, or I got these legendaries I gotta buy, man. Gotta buy these legendaries. Still the same. What are we doing here? I don't know. So you want me to harass those boys who would completely Canada Master. Challenge defeat Commander Thor. Oh, yep. So are you part of it? You seem to spawn on me anyways. Ah! Long sword of the Ranger. What else? Like, you popped a lot of guys along there. I don't know. Like, Thorpe's blah blah. Thorpe's supporter. What's up, Dion? How you doing today? It's good to see you. Playing some New World. Sweet, sweet. Wah, wah, yeah. Wah, wah, yeah, yeah. Cool. Yeah. Wah. Wah. Let's see. What else do you want me to do here? It's like, okay, complete the close encounter, hounding the masters. Where's the most you may fight them on your own? Okay, hounding the masters. Defeat Thorpe's loyalists, 5 of them. Okay, so, but I don't see any. Talk about these guys up here? I don't know. Those guys up there? Sure. They're, but you're not giving me, like, symbols that, oh, well, whatever. Ah. Fucking shield, asshole. Fuck. I'm gonna crack your shield. Swear to God, I will. Oh, yeah. Dead now, bitch. Oh. Where'd your friend go? Is he dead, too? Did he run? He must have died. He gone. He gone. That guy's, like, gone. Wait, am I leaving? Oh, damn. 600 gold for all those strong regens. See, they sold, like I said they would. And I'm back up. I'm like back up to like way above where I started already. Inside of an hour, I'm back up to like exactly above where I started. Like after I blew like 1,300 gold or whatever, I'm back up, and I've got all these other sales pending now too, for like another 3,000 gold or something like that. And I'm up at like 11,000 or something. I keep going until I'm fucking really up. You know, it's good. It's good. 560 gold or whatever that was, 670, some kind of crazy amount. Oh. They like those potions. I need to provide potions like at the Yin Yang. Just keep putting those on the market for like a reasonable price like that. They'll buy all of them, you know. Oh, shit. Deep Rock Galactic is good. I own Deep Rock Galactic. Deep Rock Galactic is by Coffee Stain Games. It is a fun game. I like that game. It's a good game. It is, if you can get the people to play with you, it's really good. It's a co-op game, though. You kind of need, like, people with you kind of talking a little bit. You don't need it, but it's definitely a lot faster and easier to do with other people. It's done by Coffee Stain Games, Dion. They have a stellar track record right now. The two main titles I know of by them are Valheim and Deep Rock Galactic. And both of those games are stellar, tip-top. I would say really good games in their class, you know? Yeah, I own Deep Rock Galactic. It's fairly good. I would say it's not the worst use of the money. It's I'm glad I bought it. I don't regret it. It's got an RP vibe to it. I haven't touched it now in like a year and a half, but it's pretty fun. It's procedurally generated, which is really cool. You know, it never changes. It's kind of like Risk of Rain 2. It never is the same level. You know, it might look the same, but it's not built the same. They're always different. Yeah, it might run. You know, it's nice because it's only like a gig. It's like maybe like 1.7 gigs or something to install it. I love Coffee Stain. Valheim's the same way. Valheim and Valheim and
possibly match the strike.
Sorry. Valheim and Deep Rock Galactic together, they're like 3 gigs for both games, like because they're all procedurally generated. So it doesn't matter how like big the title is in terms of. Yeah, dude. Yeah. You know, I already owned Vermintide 2, or I would have gotten Vermintide 2 for free. You know, that's cool. Vermintide 2 was free. I just already owned it. You know. That was an objective, huh? I got it, huh? That was it? That was all I had to do? Alright, that was all I had to do. Hey, thanks for the help, man. Yeah, I love those games. The procedurally generated games, man. They're the future. One of the ways you can think about this is you want to give Coffee Stain Games your money for both Valheim. Valheim is wonderful, too. Valheim and Deep Rock Galactic are like one's sci-fi, one's fantasy. And they're both excellent, tip-top games in their classes for what they provide. One's a shooter farmer, puzzly co-op game with lots of hordes of monsters and stuff, and the other one's kind of like a fantasy, you know. Sadly, sadly, I want to keep the game. Yeah, it's almost done. Yeah, 2.4 or something. 2.4 gigs is so little, but it's for how much actual entertainment you can get out of it. Like, Deep Rock's got a fairly big community, I think, of like, I don't know, like 30,000, 40,000, something like that. They're doing pretty good. You know, it's got its devout following. And as it should. It's really fun when you first play it. And then you're like, okay, this is cool, I have access to this now. And you kind of like, you know, it sits in the background, like, just kind of poking at you for years. I have Deep Rock Galactic, but I just never play it because it's really good. You know, it actually is really good. I don't regret buying it. I think it's really good. Yeah, like, yeah, that's a good game. It's, the reason you want to support it, it's good to give them the money, is, they're doing procedural generation with very tiny installs. And that's such a cool little frontier that only Coffee Stain and a few other people are on, you know? Yeah, I played, some hours of, Deep Rock, I think, something like 40 hours of it. I'll have to take a look here. I just have an archer on me, 1 second. Oh. I hate archers when they're like this. I don't know, man, I don't even know how to get to him. Fucking so annoying. Yeah, you, come here. Smush. Okay. Taking a look at my Steam. Should see my Steam, but I don't. What's this now? Oh, that's you? Ah. Yeah, it's a lifestyle game, I think. It's definitely got a style to it. It's never the same, which is really cool. But it could be, I would say, it is a fairly formulaic shooter in the respect that you kind of know what you're getting. Because each guy only has like 2 weapons, each dwarf only has 2 weapons, each class only has 2 weapons or whatever. So you kind of know what you're getting into when you do it. But there's this depth of co-op play that's there that rivals something like Overwatch or like Payday. You were talking about Payday the other day. That's kind of a co-op game, sort of like Deep Rock. Deep Rock does require some talking when you're playing it at a higher level, because it's like you and your homies are in there, and you're in kind of deep, and you're like 15 minutes in, and you don't want to you don't want to die. You don't want to die, you know. Yeah, like yeah, the beer and stuff. Yeah, the beer is cool. Yeah. How much hours do I have in that game? Let's go see my Steam here. Pull my Steam. Yeah, for what am I looking for? I'm looking for what were we just talking about? It was oh yeah, Deep Rock Galactic, right? Yeah. I have some 20 hours. That's it. I thought I had more, but yeah, I need to play it more. New update just hit like 2 days ago. Shit, I'm dying, aren't I? Oh god. No? Oh, I guess not. Well, I'm done with this place. That's cool. I can just warp out of here. Get me out of here. I'll go back to there, I guess. That's cool. They're selling Orichalcum tools. The rivals have been pushed back for the moment, but only just time for a brand new threat to rear its ugly head. Let's go see, huh? Yeah, like maybe I should crash course Deep Rock Galactic here for a minute. Like, do a solo run. Live when happens to your bishop, clear out the impact zone and get ready to get cracking. Powerful block cracker mines will send it to the space to the meteorite and the time that crack it open so you can get at the plague routes to sound over the noise. Ah. Hopefully it'll run. Yeah, it'll scale down, Dion. It's an optimized game. It'll scale down for you to a potato, no problem. But you're gonna lose a lot of graphic fidelity. But it'll run on a crappy computer, I would think. Think Minecraft. It's got those sort of procedural type graphics, you know. Yeah, it should run well. Yeah. Dude, Coffee Stain. Keep an eye on these people, Dion, over the years. Like I know it sounds cheesy, but keep an eye on Coffee Stain Games over the next 10 years and stuff. These people are changing the scene, in my opinion. Because like I want them to bring this procedural generation stuff that you're about to see to the big public. I don't ever want to see another map again. I want to see procedural generation like Minecraft of all games that I play. You know, and Deep Rock's the closest thing we kind of have to that. It's an amazing little experiment of a game like that. And I kind of want to play. I want to give this a little bit of time, but I don't think I'm going to do it prime time right now. I'm going to do New World. Yeah, man, it's a procedurally generated game. The graphics aren't too super hardcore unless you want them to be. You know, it should scale well. Yeah. It's like Risk of Rain. It's not too complicated graphically. A lot of stuff happens, but you know you might get some frame rate loss, but probably not too bad. I would scale it down. You want frame rate in Deep Rock. Or you get swarmed with lots and lots of aliens. It's a horde swarm game, kind of like Left 4 Dead or Vermintide or one of those. It's kind of like that. Lot like Vermintide a little bit. You know, fuck it. I'll play like half an hour of Deep Rock here. I don't know. It's prime time on New World though. I don't know. I'm all right. Why not play like half an hour? Like do it. Like I don't know. I'm not really in the mood for Deep Rock. I don't think. I'm tempted to jump to it, but I don't know. I think I'd rather play New World. That's where my mind is at. Keep doing the great sword. I'm trying to reach 10 levels a day. I'm on day 4. I'm about to finish 40 to 50. And like you know, I got about another level to go, but I'm doing pretty good on my grind here. Getting a lot done. Yeah, like how's my storage space? It's good. So like dump a lot of this, right? Yeah. You and you. I don't care about you right now. You can just straight up salvage and just get rid of you and you and you and you and you and you. Alright, and then let us go back to here to continue the MSQ. Because I am far, far behind on the MSQ. I liked everything about Deep Rock. I thought it was like a masterpiece in a way. It's a masterpiece in its own subtle little way. I think there was exactly what they wanted is exactly what they provided. It's got some cool depth to it, like Minecraft, and to a degree, you know. Though it's mostly a shooter. I guess that's my complaint with it. It's mostly a shooter. It's not like an exploration game. It's a shooter. Most of the time, you're killing things. I think it would have been cool to do cool platforming and scary stuff that didn't have a lot to do with monsters. But it's almost always like you're killing monsters.
Stronger than you look somehow. From the sound. Hold on.
Yeah, I've never run Deep Rock on this computer. It might be pretty to see, you know, all the ultra settings and everything. I could install it. Maybe I should install it. So we're gonna fucking install this. Yeah, install that. Install that on my C drive. Who cares? Yeah, I love Deep Rock. You know. Maybe I will play a little bit of Deep Rock. Been playing too much New World. Fucking. I noticed it's like they're in a new patch, and maybe it'll be cool for a couple of runs. You know. Rock and Stone. Yeah, Valheim will run good on your computer too. Coffee Stain Games, they're wonderful. They want everybody to play, you know. They're like Stardew Valley guy. They want everybody to be able to play. Valheim will run on anything as well. Valheim will scale down to like 256 by 256, and it'll play on like an iWatch, you know. It's kind of funny. I mean, you'd have to have like an OS, but you like if your device had one, you could run Valheim on anything really. It'll get like when the horde gets nasty, you'll get slowdown, so be ready for it. You want to keep the frame rate as solid as you can get it, but when like the screen's full of monsters, because you will see a room full of monsters eventually. And you gotta make sure your frames are high during that, because that's when it eats up your frames the most. When all those mobs are there. Fuck. Yeah. Am I done here? I mean, you didn't actually do it. There you go. Get that going. What the fuck? There you go. Yeah. Let's crash course Deep Rock for a few minutes. You know, I don't think there's a queue on my server right now. Prime time's like kind of over, or at least not over, but it's like, you know, it's like kind of like midway. And we'll go crash course Deep Rock for a few minutes, because, you know, like I like that game. It's been a little while since I've done it. Might start over on like a level 1 and just work my way up. Ooh, Thick Hide for 300 gold. Yeah. Yeah. Thick Hide for 300 gold. Thick Hide, Thick Hide. Thick Hide, Thick Hide. Chop tree, one hit. One hit. Oh, wait, no. If I'm going to chop trees, I might as well chop trees. I seem to be out here farming while I, like, download this, so I don't know. I guess the boiled cabbage is good. Yeah, use it, you know. And then, yeah. And, I don't know, like that thing too, right? Yeah, right, yeah. And then, yeah. And then I don't have a buff, which sucks, so I'll have to do that. So we're going to go to Expert, and we're gonna play... Sneaky's good, but Soup of the Day might be pretty good. Soup of the Day is pretty good, I think. Yeah, try that one. Territorial. Decidedly dexterous. Ready. E. Good. Skill up, yeah. Stupid deer. Stupid, like, fucking hyperactive deer. Fucking die. Ah! Aw. Oh, I missed him. Damn it. Ah. Ah! Fuck. Stupid ass deer. Let's unchop! Oh. Oh. Stupid deer. Stupid, stupid deer. Venison tenderloin. Fucking stupid deer! Ah! Oh, you bastard. No! Oh. Ooh, look at all that hyssop. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, did you kill my deer? Yeah, you did, but I don't care. That's fine. It's my hyssop. It's mine. You can't have it. It's mine. It's all mine. Pick. It's mine. Can't have it. Yeah, I want all that. Yeah, that's mine. It's mine. Yeah. 3, 6. Yeah. Give me more. Give me more of it. Yeah, more of it. Hyssop. Earth crag. What else you got over there? Oh, yeah, spine cap and quite a bit of lootable stuff here. Yeah, I like this. This is my old farm. I used to hang out here a lot. But like right now, I'm kind of in the mood to chop these trees to get to 100, so I can chop the blue trees. You know, fucking annoying. Wrong button. I'm so used to my other mouse. I wish my other mouse was working. God damn it. Stupid battery problem. It takes like 2 days for these rechargeables to full charge too. It's so annoying. I really like my other mouse a lot more now. I want even more buttons. I want like 16 button mouse if I can get it. Like on the side, something like 12 buttons, right? Like 3 rows of 4. That'd be so cool. I can put all my buttons on the mouse. I've noticed that my right thumb is like my best digit for like really fine tuned dialing and stuff. Is super good. It's like my main interface and stuff for a lot of stuff, and like, man, it's good. My right thumb is much better for dueling than my left thumb is. My left fingers and stuff. My right thumb will dance a real duel on the mouse. It'll definitely like fucking fight somebody pretty good. But so what am I at here? I don't even know. Wasn't really planning on farming like this much, you know, but sometimes it just hits you. I'm at 89. I need it. I need like another fucking 50 trees or something, because like I need 100. I can't stare at these blue trees any longer. Like, it drives me crazy. And plus, the wood's good, you know, pays XP, pays money. I love this sword, but I don't know. I'd rather fight right now, I think. But you know, one level. I could say one level's good. You know, get to 90 and be done with it, because. Like, I don't seem to have the discipline to do it right now. And I busted all my fucking food, too. I should have done that. I mean, I just don't have the patience, like, to knock all of these trees down. It's fun, but it's tedious. I think MSQ would be wiser. I just don't know what it is. What is the MSQ now? It's stupid. What is the MSQ now? It's like... 11, Brightwood. Return triumphantly with news of your victory over Thorpe. Okay. Human map. Oh, yeah, I gotta go back there, I guess. Okay, so I go to Brightwood, huh? Isn't Brightwood like a long time ago? I guess. I'm not teleporting, I know that. So, whatever. You know. Also, there's often... herbs, or there, yeah, hemp over here. Yeah. good money there. That sateen it sells. You get quite a pretty penny from that. Need lots of hyssop. I don't know where I'm gonna get it. That potion, see those potions, it's a good grind. I asked too little. If they fly out the fucking door like that, I could have probably gotten double that. I probably could have like charged like $12.50 and gotten like, you know, probably made all the same sales. I kind of need hyssop and water and bulrush cob now. I should probably just do that. But I mean, the problem is like the XP isn't that good there out of those. Ooh, really? Oh, finally, yeah, that's good, that's good, that's good. Fucking sweet. So anyways, yeah, so, hey, we gotta turn in, that's good, let's go do that. Turn in at Restless Shore. Then I gotta go turn in at, Brightwood. I've got a territory standing in Morningdale. Right, yeah. And I should technically go to Edenwood now. It's like time, it's that time now. So, run all the way to the other side of this town. So annoying. This helmet, I've had it far too fucking long. The town project, elk and canned samples. I just want to thank all my my wonderful Saturday night people here who are representing. I want to thank you for your time and your patronage and stuff and spending your time with me. Thank you. I love you. Welcome to Costco. I love you. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for being there for me. And, you know, it's good. Like, I've noticed that there's been a lot less drama lately, and I fucking love that. It's nice when it's in a peaceful phase and there's not a lot of drama and shit going on. I can just focus on what I'm doing and get all this shit done. Get it done. So, now I'm done with that. I gotta go all the way to Brightwood. Let's go do that. Oh, wait, no. Fort Altazar is actually there. You want me to go there. Okay, oops. Wrong one. Yeah. Alright. I'm getting better at this. Oh, wait. Before I do anything, though, I really want to go see if you have some other helmet, because this helmet sucks. I hate this helmet. I really don't like this chest piece either. So let's just go take a look at that. I'm 49, right? About to ding. Anything head armor wise at all that isn't that thing. I'd take that. That's still better than what I'm wearing, except it's too expensive. They're all too expensive except for that one. How much is that? $460 for, I mean, that's like, it is an upgrade, but it doesn't have strength, and that's what I'm looking for. None of these have strength except for that one, and it's overpriced. That's insane to me. Strength is this thing that you just can't find. It's fucking dumb, man. So, yeah, so that's good. The chest could potentially be better, but I mean, I doubt I'm going to see anything with that. There's something, but it's, I mean, it's an upgrade. It's cheap. It is an upgrade. I mean, period of light, a splash of light or heal for 30% weapon damage, huh? With a debuff for major heal for... It's a healing chest, but it's got strength on it. It is an upgrade. I mean, for fairly cheap. I mean, I don't know why I wouldn't buy it. It is an upgrade. It's probably better looking than what I'm wearing anyways. So, yeah, and that head armor, man. Like, anything cheap at all, like, that's cheap, but it's the same, it's that same crappy model, same crappy fucking model, man. This thing is an upgrade, but it's not much better. Looking for strength, man. You got nothing. Nothing, Lebowski, nothing. I need to run a strength affix on some of this stuff. Strength, right? Strength, right? You don't have one, I guess. No, I guess you wouldn't know. It's. I'm looking for attributes of strength. That's it. Apply filters, right? Yeah. Look for stuff with strength on it. 438 Scout Helm. It's not an upgrade. The only thing here that's an upgrade is 1,000. Fucking annoying. Profane Helm. It's. I mean, none of these are very good. None of them are very good. So, you know, whatever. It's fine. Yeah. Strength stuff with. $442, $447, with $100 for, so yeah, 100 gold for, yeah, I'll take that. That is an upgrade. Yeah, I mean, I'll take it, yeah. Wait, I mean, I don't know. You are even better, but you're way more expensive. This pair of pants is a significant upgrade. For the price, I'll take that, absolutely. And then that those gloves, I don't think they're worth the money, but those are for some reason, and it's significantly. I don't know, man. 400 gold. It's kind of steep for those, but they're not bad. They got a lot going on. I don't know, man. 400 gold, though. It leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I don't think I'm wanting that rich, you know. So, but I will buy those pieces of crap, yeah. The gloves and what? Then I don't know what's left. Like the legs, I guess. Yeah. Anything good at all. 443 is an upgrade. It has strength. It's cheap. We'll take it. Yeah. And leg armor, right? And then finally foot armor. These plate boots have nice strength on them. They're cheap. They're an upgrade, I think. Yeah, it's an upgrade. Yeah, so buy. And we get a new, we get a nice little new armor set, you know, is what it is. Blah, 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 and blah, blah. And now I have that same crappy hat on, I guess. 444. Yeah, can't get a better hat, I guess, and that's really annoying. So, but yeah, like, I mean, like, but she still looks cool, you know. Looks like a dude, but I mean, like, she does look cool. She looks pretty cool. It's fine. You know, she's looking RP. It's fine. So whatever, you know. And I believe that is my business here. We gonna break all of that down. Stow some of this away, but I'm in a strange town, and they want me something to do with. I thought you wanted me to go to Brightwood. Right? Or no, it's not Brightwood. It's that place. Yeah, I gotta go to that place. But first, I had to go see about some of this armor stuff, because you know, strength reasons. I want strength gear, like, you know, RPG goals. You know, RPG stuff. Oops. Drag this over here. There we go. Oops. Why won't you go over to the other screen? There we go. Okay, so so let's just go to there. Where the purple quote's at, yeah. Okay, so we're in here now, and we're getting these objectives, thingies, and now we're getting these things. There's somebody named Keywork Drifter, whatever that is. Got a lot of lootables for no reason. Lots of pointless looting that means nothing and does basically nothing. Got a lot of them. Gotta put out a lot of fires here, I think. Roaring Flames. Roaring Flames. Is Brightwood under attack or whatever? Is that what's going on? Yeah, I guess so. This one kind of sucks. It's boring. At least it was
Stay
over.
back! Sounds like you, at least. A storm came in the shape of... Yes, there was a Covenant Templar. Emil, I believe. He chased after the old man.
Fuck, I have to go do that? Yeah, I think I do. Sucks that you have me in Brightwood. How much more do I have to do before I catch up to me in the MSQ? That's... Fuck, I really neglected the MSQ. It paid right there. It paid pretty good. But I mean, it's still like this whole RP thing. It's so long to run. This whole jaunt's gonna be really long to run. Whatever. I like Dragon Glories. They make me happy. Okay, so run on down this RP road. Way out in like some like Ever Fallsy looking Brightwood area. Don't seem to be too many mobs. Getting weird hikes in my frame rate, I think, because it just finished installing. Probably. Oh, there, like, oh yeah, it didn't like that. It took a minute. I was like, what? Oh. Smashy, smashy. These are of level, damn. Oh. Oh, I'm about to get another point in fucking Greatsword. It's so beautiful. stunning lava bullshit. We have an 89 XP. Nice, nice. Twing! Ooh, profane gloves. Are they heavy? No. Don't want none unless it's got tons on. Heavy plate, bitch. Group. Oh, sure. What else does it do? Track down Emil and Jonas. Oh, do you need this? Tools King, that's funny. So wait, what? Here, what now? Oh yeah, track down Emil and Jonas, so you say,
Oh, praise the spark. I'm
50.
so glad he's
oh
inside.
yeah, level 50, I got where I wanted to go.
I went in, but it was too late.
Common heavy helm.
I think he was a friend of yours. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Enter the corrupted cave. Oh yeah, purple sword, purple sword. So okay, what are we doing here? Like, oh wait, what's that? That's kind of cool. Yeah, can I just avoid all this? Oh, he's back in here again. Oh, fuck was that? I just want to aggro all of it. Yeah. Yeah, like that guy. I want him to spawn. Yeah, yeah, give it to me. Yeah. Whatever. Whatever that was. Is that thing shooting at me from really far? I don't know. Oh, there's my target. God damn it, get up. Ah, jeez, you fucking bastard. Ah! Bastard. Haha. One shot, you bitch. Oh, I'm okay. I'm already in one. Oh, leave group. Yeah, and then leave group, and I'm good on this. I'm done. Thank you, though.
And the old man in this slaughter. The destruction
it's
of the
a
Alliance in
hatchet.
its cradle.
Why couldn't it have been a cool
I swore.
greatsword? Damn it.
Isabella.
Give me a cool
Where have I
greatsword.
heard that name
Oh,
before?
name.
Some old story?
Yeah. So, anyways, so that's that. Where? Okay, me that Restless Shore, huh? Okay, Restless Shore. Gotta go back here. Gotta fast travel, which I'm not doing that walk. So we're just gonna go home. We're gonna recall to in. Gotta go pee. Sorry guys, gotta be right back. Be right back. Won't be long. Okay, let's. Okay, and let's see. I wish to dump a bunch of this stuff away for now. Yeah. Good, good. And, oh yeah, dinged. Which is good. Go take a look at another sword. Maybe see if there's a nice 50 sword for me. Two-hand great swords of the strength variety. 1,000 gold for that 466 upgrade. It's the trifecta. Keen, socket, strength, pure strength. It's the trifecta. It's good. Defile great sword of the fighter for 200 gold. It's an upgrade. It's got that strength, and it might be an interesting sword. I mean, it is an upgrade, I think. Yeah, it's just more damage, it is. So I'm gonna buy it. I wanna buy a different gem this time. Refine resources of cut gemstones of the... Looking for... oh god, like try fire maybe this time. Okay, cut flaw ruby, right? The cut flaw ruby. Oops. Need to go clear all, apply. Yeah, right, that's 20 converted to fire, right? So, I mean, the void looks really cool, but, like, I don't know. The ice didn't look as good as I wanted it to. These are expensive, kind of. I need to sort them. Price lowest to high, but cut flaw ruby. What about just ruby, period? Any ruby, right? Any ruby, what do you got? You got anything at all? Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, sort by price here. Sort by ruby something. Ruby something, right? Yeah, ruby something. I'm using jewel crafting, but see. But I mean, like, yeah, what can I do, though? I can't, so I'm looking for, yeah, I'm looking, oh, man, those are, fuck, yeah, move down the list. Yeah, somebody stepped in on the jewel crafting trade pretty much today. Look at all that. Oh, my God, go down a bit. Yeah, oh, yeah, you mega posted. Some kind of RMT bot or something crazy. Look at all that. Like, it's all links. So, I mean, these are here. So, yeah, and suddenly we get sheep and we're starting to see, oh, using, yeah, but see, I'm looking for the actual, like, the actual cut. It's hard to cut these without your own, like, knowledge and stuff. I don't think, I'm looking for cuts. Brilliant. Yeah, look, I mean, I see these, but I'm looking for the actual fucking, you took me to raw, but I'm looking for refined cut gemstones, god damn it. Yeah, so you went up to cut brilliance now, yeah, and then go down, like, I don't know, go down like a bunch. Go down like a bunch. Yeah, like, yeah, so you're sitting like cut flawed around there. Wonder what Arcane looks like. Let's buy that. I'm just gonna buy that. Well, yeah, cut sapphire. I don't know. Yeah, we'll buy one of these and we'll have a swing here. We'll see. You know. And then I pull out my knife. Oh, cool. It's got like, it's a deeper shade of purple. It's even better. It's like better than, it's like blue. Like, I don't know, that looks even better. Yeah, that sword looks fucking elite, dude. Fuck yeah, I like glowing swords and stuff. It's fun as hell. So, I don't know. Abominable luck, yeah, but I mean, oh yeah, the territory money, down. Standing game. So what now? Okay, so now we go look at the journal and we see that Abominable Luck or the meals request, which is like view and map, and we go all the way the fuck over here and we go fast travel, blah blah. Did I drop everything? I did. I dropped everything. So go back over all the way the fuck over to here. Oh, are you gonna make me do that? I think you are. That's okay though. We can work there. It's fine. Let's. Okay, I missed what I was supposed to do here, I guess. Yeah, so you was gonna be the tavern and rest ashore. That's him, is it? Yep.
Ah, it is good. I remembered where I heard the legend. Yes. Too true. She may have been.
Where now? Or where are you gonna take me now? Really?
She and her
I don't want to
crew
go to
had a
that. Oh well,
in
that's
the
okay.
Arclight Cavern. But if you go, please be careful.
Yeah, I'm gonna be careful. It's fine. I don't know, maybe it's faster. Keep going. I pause for just a minute to make a sandwich real quick. Still the goal. 50 here.
By noon, Anton's chest was overflowing with flowers and well wishes. We sent him off to the train station. On the way, we ran into a crippled Greek. This meeting was a bad omen. I feared that my son would also be crippled. I wanted us to go back, but I didn't want to discourage him, so we continued on towards the station. In eastern Thrace, 3 Bulgarian armies faced the Ottoman First Army. The Ottomans thought the Bulgarians would move on Macedonia, so that's where they had most of their troops. But the Bulgarians instead sent the bulk of their units towards the fortress towns of Edirne and Kırıkkilise, also known as Adrianople
Kırıkkilise.
and Lozengrad, on the road to Constantinople. Bulgarian troops surrounded the Ottoman garrison at Edirne, and Bulgarian Deputy Commander-in-Chief Mikhail Savov said that he was ready to sacrifice 100,000 men to storm it. The Bulgarians did not storm the fortress, but young Anton Pavlovich was killed just outside its walls. East of Edirne, Ottoman First Army commander Abdullah Pasha thought he outnumbered the enemy, so he sent his troops forward in a hasty advance on October 21st. At the Battle of Kırıkkilise, the outnumbered Ottomans fought for 3 days before the Bulgarians broke their lines. The Bulgarians could probably have completely smashed the Ottoman army if they had pursued them, but instead they rested while the Ottomans rushed in reinforcements and restored discipline. Ottoman senior officer Muhtar Pasha reflected on the disaster. The causes of our defeat are to be found in our bad military organization and the lack of discipline of our reservists. But the principal cause was the rain, which had continued for a week, completely destroying the morale of our army, and for 3 days, rendering impassable the roads and fields to our trains and artillery.
Suddenly I'm as rich, way richer than when I started. I didn't even do that much. Like all this money came through really fast. Like all of a sudden I'm way above where I started, like 1,000 above where I started.
Thanks to determined infantry attacks
sweet.
and superior artillery. Each side suffered 20,000 killed and wounded in the largest battle in Europe between 1871 and 1914. On November 2nd, reeling Ottoman forces retreated to the Çatalca line, just 30 kilometers from the imperial capital of Constantinople. The Ottoman government requested an armistice, but Bulgarian Tsar Ferdinand refused and did not inform his allies. On November 17th, the Bulgarians tried to break through the Çatalca line and fulfill Tsar Ferdinand's dream of reaching the old Byzantine capital. But fierce Ottoman resistance, stretched logistics, and a cholera outbreak stopped them. Still, with Bulgarian advances on land and the Greek navy at the Ottoman forces in the rest of the Balkans had been cut off. Some of the towns and villages captured by Bulgarian troops in Thrace were populated by Bulgarians, many of whom considered themselves liberated. Elena Bijeva later recalled when Bulgarian irregulars, among them poet Yavorov, entered her town. When the people entered the church, they took off their fezzes and held them in their hands.
Not their fezzes.
The priest's chair and began speaking. He said we were free and that we needn't fear Turkish prisons anymore. Then he asked, "What will you do with those fezzes?" And they all tossed them to the ground and trampled them. It was like they were throwing out all of their anger at the Turks and all these fezzes. Meanwhile, in Macedonia, Serbian forces came up against Ottoman resistance quicker than General Radomir Putnik expected at Kumanovo.
Oh
The
no.
Serbs outnumbered the Ottoman Vardar army 100,000 to 58,000, but the Ottomans under Zeki Pasha
58,000.
launched the first attacks on October 23rd. In the driving rain and mud, the Serbs counterattacked at great cost, which observers compared to the Japanese attacks
Is
in
it
the
up?
Russo-Japanese
It is up.
War. But the firepower of modern artillery and machine guns meant soldiers dig trenches and foxholes to keep out of harm's way. Serbian medic Dragoljub Radojkovic was in the midst of the fighting. I look out of the trench and see a wounded man at the parapet. I shout to him, but he doesn't hear me. He's hit again and faints. Some men carry him in, and blood is gushing from his neck. I wrap one bandage, then another. We get him onto a stretcher, but the man dies. In the end, the Serbian artillery carried the day, and the Serbs won the Battle of Kumanovo. The victory earned Putnik the title of Vojvoda, and the Serbs in possession of the part of Macedonia disputed with the Bulgarians and routed the Ottomans, who fled to the south. Another result was chaos amongst the local Muslim population and many dead and wounded on both sides. Radojkovic was at the train station a day after the battle. In the morning, we went down to the train station in Kumanovo, captured Turks, the Turkish people, women, children, everything was crowded there. The trains were not running. One freight train was full of wounded, and another full of dead Turks. Blood dripped from
Dead
the wagon
Turks.
onto the rails.
Damn it.
The Serbs pursued and pushed the Ottomans back at the battles of Prilep and Monastir, while the Ottomans withdrew to southern Albania. The Serbs also moved forces west towards Scutari and the Adriatic coast, where they joined Montenegrin forces besieging the town. In the north, the Serbs also captured the Sanjak of Novi Pazar and the town of Prizren, which the Montenegrins had wanted. Serbian troops also entered Kosovo, but faced resistance from local Albanians. In the south, the Greek army of Thessaly made straight for Salonika. Greece was also interested in Macedonia, but they prioritized the drive for Salonika to reach it before the Bulgarians could. Greek troops pushed the Ottomans aside at Sarantaporos Pass and with more difficulty at Yanitsa. The way to Salonika was open, and the Greek army surrounded the city on November 7th. A Bulgarian division rushed south, and the commander sent a message ahead asking the Ottomans to surrender to him instead of to the Greeks, but it was too late. The Ottoman commander replied that he only had one Salonika, and he had surrendered it to the Greeks on November 8th. This was a critical League victory, as Ottoman forces were now completely cut off from any hope of reinforcement. It was also a personal tragedy for Ottoman officer Mustafa Kemal, as it was his hometown and fueled his anger at Constantinople. Then one day I heard my homeland, Salonika, my mother, my sister, my relatives and acquaintances were handed over to the enemy by the very Ottoman leadership who expelled me for unveiling the truth about them. Kemal also said that he would have fired every Ottoman officer above the rank of major. After taking Salonika, Greek and Bulgarian troops began an uneasy joint presence in the city. In the west, Greek troops also made progress and besieged the Ottoman fortress at Yanina. As the Balkan League armies advanced, the Christian and Muslim civilian populations suffered from atrocities committed by all sides. This was made worse by the presence of irregular forces of locals who supported their countrymen's armies, but also blurred the line between soldiers and non-combatants for enemy troops. Some Christians turned on Muslim officials who had repressed them in the past, or on Muslim and sometimes Christian landowners before seizing their lands. A British journalist with the Bulgarian army reported, "The track of the Bulgarian army in Thrace is marked by 80 miles of ruined villages." Greek commander Crown Prince Constantine ordered Muslim villages destroyed since he claimed that Muslims were shooting at his troops. And Greek soldier Stratis Mirivilis later included his experience in his writing. All male prisoners in the village were to be executed. I was opposite an old Turk. His grandfatherly face was bruised. He whispered prayers, and his silky beard moved in the wind. I pulled the trigger, and he fell into the mud like he was struck by lightning. After the executions, we set the village on fire. Suddenly, a frenzied crowd rushed over, children and women freed from the mosque where we had imprisoned them. They run to the corpses screaming to look for their loved ones. This memory lives and circulates inside me like an anguished virus. Constantinople was filled with hundreds of thousands of Muslim refugees, with the old city turned into a camp, including the famous Blue Mosque and the Hagia Sophia Mosque turned into a cholera hospital. The British consul at Salonika was blunt. The result of the massacre of Muslims at the beginning of the war, of the looting of their goods in the ensuing months, of the settling of Christians in their villages, of their persecution by Christian neighbors, of their torture and beating by Greek troops, has been the creation of a state of terror amongst the Islamic population. Their one desire is to escape from Macedonia and to be again in a free land. The powers sent warships to Constantinople to protect the city's Christian population from what they feared might be revenge killings by Muslims. In just a few weeks, the Balkan League had put together a string of decisive victories. Nearly all of Ottoman Europe was now under their control, except for the fortresses of Edirne, Yanina, and Scutari. As a result of the Ottoman collapse, an Albanian group supported by Austria and Italy declared independence on November 28, 1912. On December 3rd, the Ottomans signed an armistice with Bulgaria, Montenegro, and Serbia, but Greek military operations continued. So the Balkan League was victorious on all fronts, but despite the armistice, the war was not over, and the great powers were on the cusp of getting involved themselves. Even though the Ottoman armies were beaten in the field and the fleet was bottled up by the stronger Greek navy, militarily the empire might have had a chance to recover. Still held important fortresses, it was holding on the Chatalja line, had more reserves in Asia, and the Balkan League was divided over the possible spoils. But the Ottomans had no allies. This time, the great powers would not support the empire as they had in the past, and even Germany declared that the war was, quote, a free fight with no favor. The powers now said that they would go back on their declaration about the territorial status quo and accept border changes in favor of the League. Even Austro-Hungarian Foreign Minister Leopold Berthold said that Vienna would not oppose Serbian expansion except for an Adriatic port. Russia was now worried that the Bulgarians might actually get to Constantinople before them, and so they urged restraint. The events in the Balkans had also pushed Europe to the brink of war. On November 21st, Austria-Hungary acted to, in its view, prevent Serbia from permanently occupying the Adriatic coast. Vienna mobilized 6 army corps, 3 facing the Balkans and 3 facing Russia. Kaiser Wilhelm secretly assured the Austrians that if Russia mobilized, Germany would support Austria, just as he would do again in July 1914. In response to the Austrian moves, the Tsar held a meeting with his war council, and the army drew up plans for a partial mobilization. But the council decided not to mobilize, partly out of fear of provoking Germany, and partly because some ministers didn't want to risk war over Serbian access to the sea. The German government did not know how close the Russians had come to mobilizing when they held their own infamous War Council meeting on December 8th. Chief of the General Staff von Moltke felt that Germany should declare war now, before Russia got any stronger. But in the end, the council decided against it. Following the war scare and December armistice, 2 parallel conferences took place in London on December 16th and 17th, 1912. At the first conference, Ottoman delegate Reshid Pasha said that his government would give up Macedonia and Salonika, but not Edirne, Eastern Thrace, or the 4 islands at the mouth of the Dardanelles that Greece was demanding. The Ottomans also insisted on an independent Albania rather than it being split between the Serbs, Montenegrins, and Greeks. The Bulgarians made a new demand for Edirne to compensate for the lands that they might lose to the Serbs, but this was a particular sticking point because the fortress city was important for the safety of Constantinople. Reshid Pasha put it simply to the Bulgarian representative: Edirne is a window into our harem. The Greeks and Bulgarians argued over who would get Salonika, while the Serbs and Bulgarians argued over Macedonia. Meanwhile, at the separate Great Powers Conference, the main topic was the borders of Albania, of critical importance for Austria-Hungary to limit Serbian power. But events in Constantinople overtook diplomacy. On January 23, 1913, a young Turk government took power again after yet another coup and the murder of War Minister Nazim Pasha. Supported by influential Turkish officers like Enver Bey, many of whom came from the Balkan lands that were now lost, they decided to continue the war to prevent the loss of Thrace. New Ottoman Foreign Minister Nuradunyan Efendi was defiant. If Edirne continues to resist, we shall fight to relieve her. If Edirne falls, we shall fight to retake her. Ottoman troops, including Mustafa Kemal, landed on Gallipoli on February 7th, and at first they pushed the Bulgarians back around Bulayir. But the Bulgarians rallied and the Ottoman attack failed with the loss of 6,000 dead to just 114 Bulgarians. Elsewhere, the Greeks took Yanina on March 6th, and the Bulgarians and Serbians finally captured Edirne on March 26th. French journalist Gustave Cyrilli described the state of the people in the starving city. It was like a scene out of a fantastic tale to see these human rags with protruding teeth, devouring a sort of bread, black lava in which the barely ground seeds fell out in yellow spots. Those who did not get their share of the fought-over morsels watched the others savor them with envious tears in their eyes. At Scutari, Serbian troops arrived to help the Montenegrins, who ignored warnings from the great powers and assaulted the city. A combined fleet of the powers blockaded Montenegro, causing the Serbs to leave. But the Montenegrins managed to take the city April 24th, only to agree to give it up to a future independent Albania just days later. The Ottomans had no choice but to accept a peace deal, and the belligerents signed the Treaty of London on May 30th, 1913, which reduced Ottoman Europe to a small strip of land outside of Constantinople and created the Principality of Albania. The First Balkan War came to an end in May 1913, and the Ottoman Empire in Europe seemed to be a thing of the past. But the borders between the victorious Balkan League members are another matter altogether. Even before the First Balkan War had come to an end, further conflict was brewing. Not only did the Balkan League members dispute where the new borders would be, but Romania had also begun to make demands for southern Dobruja, which was part of Bulgaria. In May 1913, the powers awarded the town of Silistra to Romania, which angered both sides and made some Bulgarians doubt Russia as a reliable ally. Bulgarians were also frustrated because in their view, they'd won the strategically important Thrace battles, but the Serbs were left in possession of most of Macedonia and didn't want to honor the pre-war agreement. Bulgaria and Greece were also still in conflict over Salonika. Russia tried to mediate between Serbia and Bulgaria, but the two rivals could not agree, and the Russians were still nervous about Bulgarian troops so close to Constantinople. The Bulgarian army was in a fragile state, as many soldiers were exhausted from the war, and some were willing to split Macedonia with their allies if it meant peace. General Savov told the government to either send the men home or go to war now. Without strong Russian backing, Sofia feared it might lose Macedonia for good, so the Tsar ordered an attack against Serbia and Greece on June 29th. Although it's not clear how much the government knows about this before the shooting starts. The Second Balkan War had begun. The Bulgarian Prime Minister tried to stop the fighting in Macedonia, but it was too late. The Greeks and Serbs could claim that Bulgaria was the aggressor and agreed to divide Macedonia between themselves. Montenegro also joined to stay in Serbia's good graces. On the Bulgarian side, the sudden attack had confused communication and hampered operations. Their attack was uncoordinated, and the Serbs eventually stopped it and defeated the Bulgarians at Bregalnica by July 8th. The Greeks defeated a smaller Bulgarian army around Kilkis and Doiran around the same time and eliminated isolated Bulgarian units at Salonika. Bulgarian Mikhail Majarov's son was killed in the fighting. I lost my very last hope. From that moment forth, I became a man haunted by grief. All around me seemed to go dark. All the misery and all the sorrow of Bulgaria appeared to me to be twice as great. Each and every object in my home served as a reminder to me of my lost happiness. On July 11th, Greek
Yes,
and Serb
and
forces
very
met,
quickly.
and the
But you
front
can't-
stabilized.
Yeah, well,
Retreating
idea the Soul
Bulgarians
War
attacked
is
Greek,
enough of
Turkish, and
desperate for
Serbian
crisis.
civilians, and advancing
do a lot
Greek
of
and
good on the
Serbian
front
troops
lines of this war,
committed
I think.
atrocities against Bulgarian civilians, again after claims
Hello,
of
hero.
attacks
Really?
against their own
I
troops.
suppose I should be. Whatever
Turkish
inspires you.
civilian Ivo
I
Shahar
myself
felt empathy for Bulgarian refugees. A Bulgarian peasant was leading a scrawny donkey on the wooden saddle of which sat a child, her bare legs dangling on one side. The misery, the look of a dread and utter agony in the small, blinking eyes of the pockmarked face with the yellow, straggly beard were the very embodiment of human fear and despair. No, not human. It was the animal dread of cattle at the slaughterhouse, the wild, glassy stare of terror in a cornered animal. It was a look which, once perceived, made one cringe with shame and humiliation, the shame of its having been in a human eye. Meanwhile, Romania saw its chance and entered the war on July 10th to take all of southern Dobruja. 250,000 Romanian troops of the Army of the Danube entered Bulgaria and moved towards Sofia. The Bulgarians decided not to offer organized resistance. Advancing Romanian troops, however,
Probably not,
rode
no.
straight into a cholera epidemic due to unsanitary
good.
conditions.
That sounds good.
Chaplain Dumitru Brumușescu complained bitterly about the army's lack of medical care. In the hospital, there are
God.
no beds, so the men lie on the floor.
Why do you guys
of the
like
unit.
war so much? It's
They've barely the strength to moan or ask for water. Some are delirious with spasmodic movements of their arms and hands. Some vomit onto the floor, while others relieve themselves where they lay. The lack of furniture, dishes, linens, medical devices, medicine, and antiseptic rendered the presence of army doctors useless. I've seen a lot of messes, but this one topped them all. About 2,700 Romanian soldiers die of cholera in summer 1913. Now the Ottomans saw their opportunity to recover parts of Thrace, so they crossed the Cetalja line on July 12th. The few Bulgarian troops left in the area could offer only token resistance, and the Ottomans recaptured the fortress of Edirne without firing a shot on July 23rd. Many Bulgarian civilians fled, creating a new wave of refugees, and another outbreak of cholera killed 4,000 Ottoman troops. As Romanian troops got closer to
4,000.
Sofia and Russia refused to intervene to help Bulgaria, the pro-Russian Bulgarian government resigned. It was replaced by a pro-German government under Basil Radoslavlu, but fighting continued. Bulgarian forces recovered to win a defensive battle against the Serbs and Montenegrins at Kalimansi and a successful counterattack against the Greeks at
why
Krasnodar.
are you guys infighting in the middle of this
Greeks asked
shit?
for an armistice, and Sofia ordered a stop to operations since even a Bulgarian victory could not reverse the tide of the war. The peace
But
treaty
the shadow's
signed in
good. Look at
August
that.
and
That's
September
beautiful.
1913 ended the Second Balkan War and redrew the map of the Balkans yet again, this time to Bulgaria's disadvantage. Romania got southern Dobruja. Austria-Hungary and Russia refused to support Serbian maximalist demands in Macedonia, so they could retain some influence with Bulgaria. Serbia did get most of Macedonia, but Bulgaria kept a part and Greece kept Salonika. The Ottomans regained eastern Thrace despite
Good.
their defeat in the
No,
First War.
that's the angry
Balkan
earth
Wars
can be
left a
stubborn
lasting
and slow to
impact on the region
change.
and Europe
But we
as a
can no
whole.
longer afford
The
to
fighting
keep
and
our
the
secrets
cholera
alone.
were deadly.
We need your help.
125,000 Ottoman
The
soldiers
box
died,
lays hidden
along
at
with
the mother well in
65,000
Eden Grove.
Bulgarians,
Go
36,000
swiftly.
Serbs,
There is still time.
9,500 Greeks, and 3,000 Montenegrins. After more than 600 years, the Ottoman presence in the Balkans was nearly gone. Albania was independent, but its neighbors claimed its territory. And many Balkan Christians saw the change as the end of foreign domination and oppression. For more than 300,000 Balkan Muslims, however, the changes meant expulsion from their homes and an uncertain future in Anatolia. And for some young Turks, it meant radicalization against Christians still within the empire. Enver Pasha, who hailed from the Balkans and would later play a key role in the Armenian genocide.
These are
and the
so
killing
good.
of
It's so
Ottoman Greeks
informative.
In the First World War, shared his anger. How could anyone forget the plains, the meadows, watered with the blood of our forefathers?
God damn.
Abandon those places where Turkish raiders had stalled their steeds for a full 400 years, with our mosques, our tombs, our dervish lodges, our bridges and our castles, to leave them to our slaves, to be driven out of the Balkans to Anatolia. This is beyond a man's endurance. I am prepared to sacrifice gladly the remaining years of my life to take revenge on the Bulgarians, the Greeks, and the Montenegrins. The events of 1912-13 helped to create the conditions for the catastrophe of 1914 as well. Bulgarian resentment at the lack of support from Russia caused it to drift closer to Austria-Hungary and Germany. And tensions between Austria-Hungary and the much larger Serbia also increased. With Serbia as Russia's only remaining ally, Russia would be under more pressure to support Serbia in any future conflict. And in October 1913, Austria issued an ultimatum to Serbia with German support to force Belgrade to remove its troops from northern Albania. A similar ultimatum in 1914 would transform the Third Balkan War into the Great War. The complex tragedy of the Balkan Wars is just one of the conflicts that we think it's important to cover in our documentary series. We also made an epic documentary about the Battle of Berlin in 1945 called 16 Days in Berlin. It's 4.5 hours long, over 18 episodes, taking you through the battle day by day.
Wow.
It features original film footage from Soviet cameramen, never before seen photos of the battle, detailed maps and animations, and expert
cool.
interviews with David Willey from the Tank Museum, Ian from Forgotten Weapons, and
Yeah.
more. Unfortunately,
Lest we forget,
can't
you know.
upload this series to YouTube
No.
because it shows the grim reality of the Second World War, and that would get us demonetized or worse. So where can you watch 16 Days in Berlin in 4K resolution? On Nebula, a streaming service we built together with other creators and where we can upload documentaries without the fear of demonetization. If you want to get Nebula, CuriosityStream, this video sponsor, has a great bundle deal for you.
No.
If you sign up at curiositystream.com/thegreatwar,
Outsiders are not
you can get
welcome
2
in our
platforms in
affairs.
one bundle for less than $15 for an entire year.
need
You could watch The Buildings That
the
Fought
map
Hitler,
closer
documentary series about the British defenses of the Second World War on CuriosityStream, or you could watch 16 Days in Berlin on Nebula. And every new Great War and real-time history video is also on Nebula earlier than it's on YouTube and ad-free. That's curiositystream.com/thegreatwar for less than $15 for an entire year. We want to thank Dmitry Petrovich, Plamen Ganev, Murat Doğan, Vasilis Athanasiou, and the Serbian State Archive for their help with this episode. As usual, you can find all our sources for the episode in the video description. I'm Jesse Alexander, and this is The Great War, a production of Real Time History and the only YouTube history channel that is still tongue-tied after filming this episode. The bloody Western Front battles of 1916 showed that in the first years of the First World War, even if you won, you lost. For minimal territorial gains, hundreds of thousands of men were killed or wounded by shot and shell. With both sides dealing with a growing manpower crisis, British, French, and German commanders would attempt to develop new tactics for yet another year of
You heard
fighting.
the Earth whisper,
And
didn't
one
so?
ambitious
The
French
angry
general
Earth.
would
The
soon put
path
them
seems.
all
I don't
to
think the
test
angry
in
Earth
what
would
he
welcome so
expected
many
would
humans
be a
into its sacred
war-winning
places at
offensive.
once. Maybe I'll go with Amy to the front lines. It might be refreshing to fight the corrupted in a real battle.
By early 1917, despite 2.5 years of fighting, the Western Front hadn't moved very far. The Germans had mostly held their early war gains in 1915 and 1916 and inflicted terrible casualties on the British and French. But they were themselves running short of manpower as well. In late 1916, Chief of the Admiralty Henning von Holzendorf warned the Chancellor. The war demands a decision by autumn 1917 if it is not to end with a general exhaustion of all parties and thus disastrously for us. The Entente also wanted to end the war in 1917. The French, who had a much larger army than the British, planned a spectacular launch to a large, multi-front offensive to push the Germans out of France. French Commander-in-Chief Joseph Joffre devised a plan in November 1916 that called for offensives on the Italian and Russian fronts to support a major Franco-British push in the West. New British Prime Minister David Lloyd George was unimpressed and called the plan a complete farce. It repeated all the bloody stupidities of 1915 and 1916 and the old fatuous tactics of hammering away with human flesh and sinews at the strongest fortresses of the enemy. By January 1917, things had changed. Russia and Italy were not able to sustain a major offensive, and Joffre had been replaced by General Robert Nivelle. Nivelle was brimming with confidence after his victory at Verdun and tweaked the plan to fit his particular style. Mass artillery followed by infantry assaults on narrow fronts. His plan included a British diversionary attack around Arras to force the Germans to divert their reserves. Once the Germans were distracted in the north, the French army would launch the main attack against the Noyon salient along the Chemin des Dames. Nivelle expected it would be a knockout blow. British Commander Field Marshal Douglas Haig, however, was concerned by rumors that his forces would fall under French leadership. It would be madness to place the British under the French, and I do not believe our troops would fight under French leadership. I am prepared to be tried by court-martial rather than betray the army by agreeing to its being placed under the French. Eventually, after threats of resignation on both sides, they compromised. The British 1st, 3rd, and 5th armies would support the French attack, but they would remain under British control. Haig also demanded more time to prepare and wanted the planned February offensive to be moved to May. The compromise
fellow,
solution
you have a...
was
Yes, we just need a
so
fresh
the
loss to
Entente was
prove
set
it.
to break open the stalemate on the Western Front in April 1917. But the German Empire was also making plans that would make it a much tougher opponent to beat. In 1914 and 1915, German doctrine had favored the offensive, but its huge losses in 1916 caused a change. While the Entente could mostly replace their casualties with fresh reserves and colonial troops, German losses were not so easily replenished. So German commanders reluctantly accepted a move to the defense was necessary. In September 1916, Field Marshal Paul von Hindenburg and General Erich Ludendorff took over the entire German war effort, and they soon realized the situation in the West was extremely difficult for Germany. Staff officer Hermann von Kuhl noted a conversation to this effect in his diary in 1916. I spoke with Ludendorff alone about the overall situation. We were in agreement that a large-scale positive outcome is now no longer possible. We can only hold on and take the best opportunity for peace. We made too many serious errors this year. One of these German mistakes was keeping too many men crammed into the front line trenches, where they were vulnerable to Allied artillery. Instead, the Germans developed new principles of elastic defense in depth in a December 1916 document called the Principles of Command in the Defensive Battle in Position Warfare. Instead of holding a strong front line at all costs, the Germans would now allow the Entente to enter into a deeper defensive zone where German positions would be split into 3 sectors. The first was the Vorfeldzone, consisting of 1 or 2 lightly defended trenches. These trenches were fine for day-to-day trench warfare, like raids or sniping, but the troops would withdraw from them if the Allies attacked in force. The battle zone, the Großkampfzone, was the main line of resistance. This would consist of new lines of trenches, but also reinforced hardpoints, buildings, bunkers, pillboxes, and other obstacles. Behind this would be a rear battle zone, with more trenches, support facilities, and units ready to counterattack. These troops were to wait for the attackers to exhaust themselves and outrun their artillery support before launching aggressive counterstrikes and taking back any lost ground. These formed the principles of the new doctrine's elasticity. The Germans would bend, withdraw, and then snap back. The Germans also focused on how to better use terrain on the defensive, especially reverse slopes. The Germans had learned that machine guns placed on the downward slope of the hill were actually more useful for defense than placing them on top of the hill. Despite a shallower field of fire, they could surprise attackers and remain protected from enemy artillery behind the crest of the hill. German divisions were also deployed differently. Stellungsdivisionen would be arranged as 3 regiments abreast, each battalion manning a different sector from front to back. This allowed easier coordination and communication to withdraw or to counterattack. But perhaps the most drastic change in the German defense in the West was Operation Alberich, a major withdrawal across the Noyon salient in February and March 1917. German forces abandoned their extended front line and moved back to the freshly constructed Hindenburg line, built with the new defensive principles in mind. The new line was also significantly shorter and up to 72 kilometers further east, which freed up 13 German divisions. When Entente forces cautiously followed them, they found the Germans had destroyed anything and everything of use in their way. A British officer recalled his experience. including booby traps. From a captured German operation order, it appears that our patrols entered the hostile trenches only 1 hour after they'd been vacated. Pretty sharp work. The German trenches we've taken over are deep, well constructed, and surprisingly dry. Masses of beer bottles, unfortunately empty, are strewn about, and gun cotton attached to shell cases and grenades has been left ready to explode when picked up or accidentally kicked. We've lost 5 casualties in this way. The Germans adjusted their tactics after Verdun and the Somme, but the British Army had also learned from its mistakes and now looked for new ways to break the trench deadlock. After the fighting in 1916 failed to break the stalemate, British officers identified their own army's tactical shortcomings. One of these was that British troops often advanced in linear fashion to maintain cohesion and ease of command. The British had hoped that the artillery could destroy the Germans before the infantry even left its own trenches. But the Somme showed this was not the case. Another issue concerned command. When advancing troops came under fire, confusion and panic often set in. NCOs and junior officers would wait for orders from higher up, but in many cases, their superior officers were either overwhelmed, had been killed, or communication with them had been cut. To counter all this, British Empire troops began to adopt new assault tactics that relied more on tactical movement at the platoon level. Troops were now to advance in open formation, moving from cover to cover. To deal with issues of command, the command structure was decentralized, and junior officers could now take more initiative in leading their units. Capturing strong points from the flank and using enfilade fire was now a priority as well. Navy Corps Commander Lieutenant General Julius Byng reminded his officers of the importance of decision-making. In an emergency, the man who does something is wrong, but the man who does nothing is always wrong. New weapons also began to reach British frontline troops. In 1916, they often lacked the firepower to defend captured trenches against German counterattacks. 1917 British platoons had a lot more firepower, including specially trained bombers and rifle grenadiers, as well as 1 light Lewis machine gun per 60-man platoon. Heavy machine guns would also be used on the assault to provide suppressing fire. British reports also singled out the artillery of 1916 for criticism. On the Somme, artillery barrages were spread along a wide front and consequently could not destroy the German defenses, especially targets behind the front lines like enemy artillery. Another problem was faulty ammunition. Many shells were duds and had older fuses that did not explode at the moment of impact, which meant that they didn't cut German barbed wire very effectively. In 1917, the British introduced new instantaneous fuse number 106 and improved coordination between artillery and observation, especially aircraft. British gunners also began to prioritize counter-battery fire with the help of new methods like flash spotting and sound detection. The rolling barrage technique also became more refined with better synchronization and control. At the Somme, each British gun covered about 50 meters of German front, but at Arras, it became 1 per 20 meters. The British also became more active in underground warfare. They dug more tunnels under no man's land to place mines under German positions and dug subways to move troops to the jumping-off trenches and cover. On April 9th, 1917, the diversionary British offensive began, called the Battle of Arras in English and the Osterschlacht bei Arras in German. 18 British divisions, 3,000 guns, and 48 tanks went over the top. So let's take a look at what went right and what went wrong for British and Empire troops in the fighting that followed. The opening stage of the Battle of Arras, the Canadian Corps attack at Vimy Ridge, proved to be one of the most successful British actions. The Germans had fortified defensive positions on the ridge, which dominated the surrounding area, but the Canadians, with British infantry and artillery support, captured most of it in just 1 day. British and Canadian artillery smashed the German positions on the ridge, which allowed the Canadian infantry, using the new small unit tactics, to capture the first German lines of defense fairly quickly. New Canadian units then leapfrogged through the first exhausted wave and continued to assault the next German lines. Shell-shocked and disorganized, surviving German troops surrendered in large numbers. 17-year-old Hermann Kraft was one of the 4,000 captured during the battle and left a partly fanciful account of his capture. Our sergeant ordered us up the stairs, himself going first. Suddenly he yells, "Tommies!" and fell back dead, tumbling down the stairs. One of our old hands, he was 22, came down the stairs and told us to abandon our weapons and come up, as the position was hopeless, and all over us. I walked up the stairs to a huge Tommy who was brandishing a baseball bat. One of the soldiers wore no helmet and had no hair apart from a small tuft on the top of his head. He also had white and red paint on his face and was very fearsome looking. I then realized that he was a Red Indian and our captors were Canadians. Now that last part of this account is almost certainly a figment of the soldier's imagination. But by the end of April 9th, nearly the entire ridge was in Canadian hands. A lot had gone right for the Canadians. The new tactics allowed for a rapid advance, and the counter-battery fire had almost eliminated German artillery, since 83% of German gun emplacements had been identified before.
335 gold. Damn, I'm like up at 95. Yeah, yeah.
Battalion were glad for the help. We went over supported by the Lahore Divisional Artillery, and were they crackerjack. Why, the Germans had been beaten before we got there. It was a walkover. In reality, Vimy Ridge was far from a walkover, but the Germans also made their share of mistakes. German command was unable to fully implement the elastic defense in depth and kept reserves too far behind the front lines to counterattack while they still had the chance. The loss of a position like Vimy did not bode well for the German army. The Canadian Corps took Vimy Ridge as planned on April 9th, but not all the opening attacks of the Battle of Arras would go as smoothly. South of Arras, near the village of Vilcourt, the Australians and New Zealanders ended up having a much more difficult time. British 5th Army Commander General Hubert Gough was anxious to get the Anzac Corps into the fight near Arras, but his artillery support was delayed. So he decided to rely on the support of a dozen tanks to spearhead an attack along a 1 kilometer wide front and crush the enemy wire that the artillery had not yet been able to destroy. The tanks had little time to prepare, but they moved out towards no man's land in the early hours of April 11th. They did knock out some German machine gun positions, but most of the machines bogged down or were knocked out before reaching the wire. Australian Major Percy Black reportedly called out to his men, "Come on, boys, bugger the tanks." And the infantry attacked on its own. Although some forces did break through the line, they were too weak to push any further. Vilcourt, a key position in the German defense, held out. With exhaustion mounting, the Germans launched counterattacks, in some cases getting behind the Australians and cutting off their lines of retreat. The Anzacs were pushed back to their starting lines, and the assault failed. So what went wrong? Gough's impatience had led to a lack of preparation, while there was also a lack of communication with the artillery, who often believed that German positions had been captured when they hadn't. Australians like Lieutenant Colonel E. Drake Brockman of the 16th Australian Infantry Battalion blamed the tanks. The tank crews seemed to know little or nothing of an attack by infantry, and nothing whatsoever about the particular operation they were to participate in. For instance, in the case of number 2 tank, the tank commander had not even synchronized his watch, his time being 5 minutes behind true time as given to the infantry. Further, tank crews did not even know the direction of the enemy. Of the 11 tanks committed to the battle, only 2 survived. On the German side, unlike at Vimy Ridge, the defense in depth at Vilcourt held out. Strong points like the village itself fired on the flanks of the Anzacs as they approached, and the Germans timed their counterattacks well to hit the exhausted Australians at just the right moment. So the British offensive around Arras in April 1917 had some successes like Vimy Ridge and some disappointments like Vilcourt. But of course, it was a diversion, and the main Allied effort was focused on the Aisne sector. Even though the Germans had changed the line through their strategic withdrawal in March, General Nivelle's offensive went ahead anyway. The French plan involved 3 army groups, 2/3 of the French army in the west. The Reserve Army Group would lead the assault, with the Central and Northern Army groups providing supporting and diversionary attacks. 2 armies of the Reserve Army Group would attack the German line in the Aisne sector with the goal of breaking through within 24 to 48 hours. A 3rd army would then pass through the breach and act as a so-called masse de manœuvre and lead a battle of maneuver in the German rear. Nivelle planned to use his successful Verdun tactics, but on a larger scale. Instead of a broad, methodical advance, which gave the enemy time to redeploy, he wanted to achieve narrow penetrations and breakthroughs with massive artillery support. Nivelle said that high morale and an offensive spirit were essential to overcome enemy obstacles, and then broken German lines could be rolled up on either side. Nivelle did not lack confidence after his success at Verdun. The experience is conclusive. Our method has proven itself. But Nivelle did have his critics. British liaison officer to the French Edward Spears questioned the tactics as well as Nivelle's experience commanding larger formations. What remained to be seen was whether the glorified raids of Verdun were applicable on a large scale. Above all, whether Nivelle was strong enough to keep his head in the lonely and dizzy height of supreme command. The French also introduced some tactical changes, but the focus wasn't on reforming infantry assault, since the French had already done so. It was now on increased firepower. They increased the number of light machine guns to 16 for every 250 men. Even though Nivelle was skeptical about tanks, the Reserve Army received 160 Schneider and 16 Saint-Chamond tanks. The French command concentrated its efforts mostly on artillery, and they had around 6,100 guns in position by January. They planned to increase the speed of the rebel barrages to hasten the breakthrough, and especially the all-important maneuver stage that would follow it. However, as April approached, Nivelle's own subordinates lost faith in the plan, especially General Joseph Michelet, the commander of the Reserve Army Group. He pointed out that the German withdrawal had changed the situation on the ground, but Nivelle felt that it made little difference. General Philippe Pétain questioned the impact of massive but localized artillery attacks on such a broad front. Even the waters of Lake Geneva would have but little effect if dispersed over the length and breadth of the Sahara Desert. Perhaps most concerning was evidence that the Germans knew of the coming attack. Nivelle had a reputation for lax operational security and spoke openly of the coming offensive. And on April 4th, the Germans captured documents revealing French plans. The French plan for a quick breakthrough based on concentrated firepower was ready, despite internal reservations and the likely loss of the element of surprise. Nivelle ordered the offensive to begin as planned on April 16th, but promised to call it off if there was no breakthrough within 48 hours. Nivelle himself reckoned it would take only 3. Following a massive 14-day preparatory barrage, the Reserve Army Group's 5th and 6th Armies attacked a 40-kilometer front around the Chemin des Dames Ridge at 6 a.m. on April 16, 1917. They captured the first German line and reached the ridge within the first hour. But the German defenders badly mauled the advancing French, who came up against uncut wire and concrete emplacements. The Senegalese troops of the 10th Colonial Division suffered particularly high casualties, with an entire battalion almost wiped out when they came up against a reverse slope position, just as the Germans' elastic defense tactics envisioned. The commander of the 2nd Colonial Corps, General Blondin, recalled the effects. Infantrymen descended into the valley of the Ailette River. There, they were welcomed and fixed in place by the deadly fire of numerous machine guns that, located on the reverse side of the slope, outside the reach of our projectiles, have remained undamaged. In general, the troops suffer considerable losses in a few minutes, particularly in leaders, and after not succeeding in crossing this deadly zone, halt, take cover, and at some points, withdraw to the first trench to their rear. The second French assault wave then went in, but it got tangled up with the retreating first wave. That afternoon, the tanks helped capture the village of Juvincourt, but they were vulnerable targets, and the Germans knocked many of them out. With the French infantry struggling, the Germans launched counterattacks. In many places, the French troops held their modest gains, but casualties were mounting. Where French troops had advanced, they had to stop if neighboring unit struggles left their flanks exposed. By the end of the first day, French troops were forced to dig in terrible conditions. Morale, especially among the colonial troops, plummeted. The French tried again to break through starting the next day. They did make some gains and took more than 5,000 Germans prisoner, but it was clear to both sides by the 20th of April that the attack had failed. German officer Hermann von Kuhl later wrote of his certainty that the battle had already been won. The first 2 days had decided the fate of the offensive. Since the breakthrough had not occurred immediately, it would never occur. Many things had gone wrong with the French. Firstly, the weather was offensive, slowing the advance and preventing artillery observation. And in any case, the Germans famously had practical air superiority in April 1917, which limited French aerial observation. The defenders had also been heavily reinforced, in some areas doubling the number of divisions, a fact noted by French intelligence. Where the French artillery did play a role, the creeping barrage was too fast and left the infantry exposed in its wake. In some cases, the Germans had time to repair breaches in the wire by the time the French infantry attacked. The Germans' vast tunnel networks under the ridge also gave them some protection from the 11 million shells fired by French guns. Since the French command expected a short battle, ammunition stocks quickly dried up, which limited the support that the artillery could give. More importantly, however, the German elastic defense had worked as intended. The French continued to try to advance into May, but the Chemin des Dames offensive broke down. 134,000 French troops were killed, and tens of thousands of French troops mutinied. So Nivelle's war-winning offensive had failed along the Aisne, and the British attack to support it had some local successes, but failed to draw German reserves away from the French. The battles of Arras and the Aisne both started with some gains, but ended in grinding attritional fighting. The Allies could take more ground than they could in 1916, but they hadn't yet solved the riddle of trench warfare. Some tactical successes held out the promise of helping the Allies turn the tide in the future, but in spring 1917, they could not achieve their objectives of decisively breaking the German lines. Nivelle was replaced in May, and has come under particular criticism for the failure. He seems to have been affected by the so-called strategic blinkers, the inability to deviate from a long-established plan when new information came to light. After arguing for months with Field Marshal Haig, as well as his own colleagues, he stubbornly defended his plan against any alterations. When informed of German reinforcements in the sector, he simply said it meant the victory would be even more impressive. And when the Germans shortened the front, he refused to adapt. Lloyd George, who had supported Nivelle in the past, later changed his mind. General Nivelle in December was a cool and competent planner. By April, he'd become a crazy plunger. On the other hand, it must be said that if Nivelle's plan had gone ahead in February, as he'd originally wanted, it could have been more successful. The French would have had the element of surprise, and the Germans still would have been overstretched in the Noyon salient before their withdrawal. But perhaps most damaging of all, Nivelle saw the German defenders as a passive force which would not behave proactively. He also assumed that they would fight in the same manner that they did at Verdun in 1916, which they did not. The new German tactics allowed them to maintain initiative even on the defense and quickly dictate the flow of battle. In 1917, Nivelle learned the hard way that in battle, the enemy also gets a vote. For us here at the Great War and Real-Time History, military history is our bread and butter. We love giving topics like the 1917 Spring Offensive the time that they won't get anywhere else. But military history content is a risk on This episode of The Great War is sponsored by you, our supporters on Patreon and YouTube. We could not make this show without you wonderful people. In fact, here's a dramatic recreation of what the show would look like without the support that you've shown us since we created the Patreon page back in 2015. Now, just to be clear, we are regular guys working for a startup. We don't come home after every episode and bathe in mountains of Patreon cash, although that would be kind of cool. On top of that, YouTube's advertising policies are about as effective for a war history channel as an Italian offensive in the Alps. We want to bring you an in-depth, unbiased view of this critical period in history. And folks, that takes time. About 100 hours of work go into each and every episode. We have to get the right sources, we have to find the best archival pictures and film, and we have to create maps and animations to bring 1919 to life for you, minus the revolutions, the civil wars, and the starvation. Now, supporters like you are part of our community. You can ask us questions and suggest topics for future episodes, and we'll do our best to answer in our monthly supporter podcast, or we'll ask the experts on your behalf. And to make our community even stronger, we just opened our own Discord server. So from now on, you can chat with us live, right after every episode drops on the Great War After Show. So go to patreon.com/thegreatwar to support us and help bring to light the world of exactly 100 years ago. For our 5th anniversary, there's a special thank you offer available on Patreon for the next 2 weeks. So now, on to the show. It's June 1919, and the moment of truth has come at the Paris Peace Conference. The Allies have given the peace terms to Germany. If they sign, the Treaty of Versailles will bring an end to the war in the West and forge a new world order. But if they don't, no one knows what will happen next. Hi, I'm Jesse Alexander, and welcome to The Great War. By June 1919, after months of meetings and negotiations amongst the victors, and notably not the defeated powers, the peace conference in Paris was ready to bring a close to the war between Germany and the Western Allies and establish a new order in Europe. Now, before we jump into the infamous Treaty of Versailles, a quick reminder that if you want to learn more about the start of the conference and the Italian crisis, you can check out our February and April episodes. So, by early May, the Big Four Allied leaders of the peace conference were ready to present the terms of peace to the Germans, and the German delegation had arrived in Paris. To understand what happens next, let's start by asking ourselves what went into the making of the treaty and who wanted what from the peace. Now, all 4 of the Allies, the United States, France, Great Britain, and Italy, knew they had to act fast. Without a peace settlement, no one was sure how long Allied unity would last, and Bolshevism might take hold in other countries as it had in Russia and Hungary, and almost had in parts of Germany. The Allies' military strength was also ebbing away as they demobilized their armies, and by June, they had 39 divisions available, down from 198 at the time of the armistice. They had to act while they still had enough military might to enforce a settlement. Now, the Big Four did agree on some basics. Germany should be punished, should pay, and should be prevented from starting another war. But there were serious differences among them on how to achieve these goals. Now, the French priority was security. France had suffered enormous economic destruction and loss of life during the war, and had now been invaded twice by Germany in the past 50 years. They wanted to continue the alliance with the US and Great Britain, to be compensated for the cost of the war, and they wanted Germany to be as weak as possible. Now, Prime Minister Clemenceau was firm, but open to compromise on the details. But General Foch and President Poincaré were much more hawkish. Now, the British aims in Paris were to maintain the strength of their empire and a balance of power in Europe. They didn't want Germany to be so weak that it would go Bolshevik, but they didn't want France to get too strong either. As Lord Curzon put it, "I am seriously afraid that the great power from whom we have the most to fear in the future is France." Now, the British also wanted to make sure that Germany would not be an imperial and commercial competitor, as it had been before 1914, though they did hope it would remain a market for British goods. The US also wanted Germany to recover economically, as they considered free trade the cornerstone of the state of peace. The Americans also had their own set of priorities. They felt the League of Nations was the least instrument for the security of France and the world in general. Now, Wilson's advisor, Colonel House, was confident in the League as a guarantee for security. If, after establishing the League, we are so stupid as to let Germany train and arm a large army and again become a menace to the world, we would deserve the fate which such folly would bring upon us. As for the Germans, they assumed there would be negotiations with the Allies and that the peace would be based on the 14 points and the diplomatic notes between Germany and the United States from the fall of 1918. The 180-man German delegation that traveled to Paris was led by Foreign Minister Graf von Brockdorff-Rantzau, who had served the Kaiser during the war, but also had good relations with the ruling Social Democrats. And he wanted to get the mildest possible terms for Germany and maintain the country's potential for great power status. Now that we have an idea of the competing interests of each of the powers, let's take a look at the terms the Germans were given when they got to Paris. Now, actually, the politics of the peace began just before the Germans arrived, while they were still on the train. The French forced the train to take a slow route through the most devastated regions of the war zone to bring home the full impact to the German delegates. Now, once they arrived, the Germans were put into the same hotel in which the Prussians stayed after the Franco-Prussian War of 1871, and were basically kept under house arrest, ostensibly to protect them from French mobs. On the very day they arrived, May 7th,
Well, yes.
the Germans met with the Allies
there
to
are
receive
many
terms.
theories, but
This was
I
the
prefer
first
facts.
face-to-face contact between the warring parties since 1914. Legally, they
Always
were still
good
at
to
war
see a
even
fellow.
after the armistice.
Perfect.
Clemenceau gave a very short speech in which he accused Germany of bringing about the war and informed the Germans there would not be any verbal negotiations. They could respond, but only in writing. Then it was Brockdorff-Rantzau's turn. He had two different speeches with him, one softer and one more defiant. Now, he chose the defiant version. He admitted Germany's defeat, but denied German responsibility for the war and insisted on a peace based on the 14 points and the diplomatic notes, which he felt was a binding agreement. He also spoke of the ongoing naval blockade and reminded the Allies of the 100.
Okay, guys, I hate to bail early, but I believe I'm going to bail early. I've been at it for, 17 hours today. 17 hours, to almost to the minute. 17 hours, 1 minute, and 40 seconds. And it seems like I'm going to bed early, but it's actually been a very long day for me. And I'm going to cut it out now. I'm tired, and I'm going to go to bed. And, we'll catch you guys probably about midday tomorrow, about like midnight. Or sorry, noon, noon. About, midday around noon, somewhere around there, maybe a little earlier. And thank you so much for the support. Can I go in there? Yeah, I think I'm okay, right? Yeah, I think I'm okay to go. Yep, go to exit the desktop and stuff. Yeah, and I'm gonna go to bed. And it's been a long day. Got a lot done. Got another whole 10 levels from 40 to 50. It was a lot of work. 50 to 60 is probably even like more. And I'm just kind of tired, and I'm gonna embrace that now. Thank you so much for the support, and